our players here for our round one feature match at YCS Rhode Island.
Up first in the blue chair from Rehoboth, Massachusetts, it's Nicholas Caravolas. And his opponent today in the red chair from Centreville, Virginia, wants to shout out his OTS Curio and his friend Froggy. It's Steven Shen.
Or this is more of like a good stuff package that we've seen come in and out of the format here with the Horus, the Bestials, and you got some, of course, you got some instant cards in there.
Yep, it's game number one, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the game before I give you my thought on Dragon Rulers.
But now you do have your graveyard available. Oh, that's grass!
What's the difference in count?
We're already 2 ashes down. I think this is going to resolve.
This is, I feel like I'm playing Master Duel, because every time like I'm playing Master Duel, I'll like use Ash Blossom and like a Branded Fusion or something, then the grass always falls up. That grass looks greener.
And we know that was straight from the top.
Oh yeah, he would have used that turn one for sure. This is going to send the difference in cards of the deck to the graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, there's 1.
5, 6. I'm not going to go all the way up, but it's 7, 8. It's a lot. I think they said 16 maybe. But filling his graveyard full of Dragon Rulers and plenty of materials. We see that Quackimiru Drago, which is what probably would have been
Goliath.
summoned.
Okay.
Amorphous Goliath, big fan of that card as well. But now his graveyard is full of fuel for these Dragon Rulers, and we'll see if he's going to be able to summon enough to finish the game. But this is what I'm talking about. You don't want to fumble at the 1 yard line. Like, you need to figure out how you get to 8,000. You're in the driver's seat. You got nothing to worry about. Just
realistically doing too much here. Like, we know that Chandra attacking has been enough to end the game. So
let's just get that Tundra out. And maybe he just summons the Redox in defense mode out of habit, but that would also happen back in 2013 in Dragon Ruler.
I mean, okay. What is the
attempt to enter battle?
I'm wondering if there isn't a restriction on you can still make Trident with it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's
not a big deal. It's just a little less damage, but less damage when you already have enough.
Realistically, this is not going to be a problem. Eventually, you're going to synchro with this Biden here, and it's going to come back, and that's all it's really going to take.
Yeah, Trident, even if you just summons, attack, synchros for Trident Dragon, destroys 2, attack, that's enough also.
There are 0 cards on Steven's side to prevent this from happening, so
you gotta make sure you put that cap on the pen before you're about to use it again. But I appreciate it. You gotta make sure the ink doesn't run dry.
He needs to make that last. I remember I had a pen since 2017, and I tried to make it last as long as I could.
Maybe that's why all my pens are always dry. I refuse to put the cap back on. No, I know my opponent's about to take damage again, so we gotta keep it. Interesting. You know, I'm also more of like, these are also the times if you're in a tournament, you want to consider like conceding just to save time, because you know the clock isn't always your friend, and you don't want to end up going to time. And even though Steven knows it's over,
I think he just wants to see what other options.
Going.
Yeah, like at this point, I mean, what he's seeing.
Sitting on just a branded regain. Like, I don't know if there's even a draw, even if he leaves you with some life points that'll get you back into that.
Yeah, exactly. Now I think it's more so how fast they can finish game 2. If Steven wants to have a chance at winning game 3 here.
Yeah, definitely.
Instead of choosing to go second, he has concocted a plan of how he can make the best board possible with his strategy to combat what Dragon Ruler does, but we're going to have to find out here in game number 2. The players are just about ready.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, just trying to get as many resources as possible. Or maybe, honestly, more powerful than Grass, maybe a different limited card. If you have Duster in your deck, that could be really strong. Oh, yeah!
Nice
He's going
call.
for Duster.
Nice call. He does have the 2 face downs and Kastira Birth. Maybe he already has that grass, or you truly don't need it if you have Dora.
He has like 7 cards in hand. I'm sure you don't need that much more.
Harpy's Feather Duster has that beautiful quarter-century secret rare from the early days collection. If you got your hands on that, but this is going to be activated. It looks like it might be an ultimate rare version.
Yeah.
And
Duster's going to force out something here. Also, completely eliminating the follow-up by getting rid of the birth. So if something does happen.
Is it a Solemn Judgment?
What Judgment would be incredible here.
If he had a couple of them, he would need to have another one to protect. To
I know what one of those are. Okay, so it is going to be a Solemn Judgment on the Duster here, putting him at 4,000. Dangerous against the 10-pie strategy, or just any big monster deck, really.
Wouldn't normally make otherwise.
Absolutely. Those warm-up games can be crucial here. But, I mean, this is the extra pressure from being on the feature match table. This is absolutely Nicholas' game to lose. He has all of the advantage at this point.
He needs to worry about getting a slow play warning, because this turn has been a lengthy one.
looks like we're going to be entering battle phase, attacking over the Unicorn here. I don't think he has a way to get over the Baldrake, which, I mean, is fine. It's not that much of a threat.
I mean, just leaving a monster on the field, though, gives him access to stuff like Moon of the Closed Heaven coming off the top. But he's still going to be able to link into Erratic Seal to Heavenly Seers.
Yeah, so let me read Genroku.
Make sure he doesn't take too long. Want to keep the pace of play up. We are running down on time here as the round.
Yeah, the only way he really could lose this game is if he takes too long.
Jared doesn't find a way to get over that Chaos Angel. But with Redox, yeah, he could. Oh, he's going to.
He's going for Tempest. He's trying to search. This adds any dragon, so... I feel like he might not see the line with the Biden because he's overcomplicating this by a lot.
Could be the case, but okay, we're going to see... Oh, okay, here we go. He's going to overlay both for the Disaster Dragon Ruler of all Apocalypses. This is also another way that he can attack over Chaos Angel. I can't believe we're actually getting to see this. I didn't know if they would actually utilize... Like, in order to get this effect, you have to overlay with the 2 new rank 7, so you get the light and dark. And then it can add all, it can attach all the other 4 dragon rulers underneath his materials.
Okay, he did the absolute coolest way he could of doing it. He gains 4,600 attack.
And he's unaffected by card effects. If he gets all the different attributes.
How big will it be? 46, assuming it gets all the material.
This card is truly the Apocalyptic Dragon. It is the Disaster Dragon Ruler of all Apocalypse. Oh no! Wait, Geostorm. But the attributes he has are not bestial.
Sure.
Yeah. The light and the dark are naturally going to be under him. It's the 4 elements that go under.
Earth, water, wind, fire. With our powers combined, we are going to unleash absolute devastation on our opponent. I really didn't know if the Dragon Ruler players were going to utilize this card, and seeing it in action here at round 1 of YCS Providence is so exciting. Oh, man.
Yeah, it'll banish everything.
He said, oh, your Chaos Angel's a boss monster? I'm going to raise you one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's enough. They're
They're
going to have no cards left, facing down the biggest Dragon Ruler of all.
And it's unaffected, and that's just going to be enough. Just ending the game there in the most epic way possible. Nicholas taking Dragon Rulers to a 1-0 record at YCS Providence. Oh, man. We were talking. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! What's more iconic than Dragon decks and Yu-Gi-Oh?
You know, that's what we're here for. And
round of applause from the audience. They were going crazy for you. Why Dragon Rulers at this event? What made you want to play the deck?
So for the local people who know me, I've obviously been a huge collector of Dragon Rulers. I have an entire binder that has just been filled with secrets for like the longest time. I'd been picking them up for ages. I was super happy where they all got quarter centuries. When they were announcing rarities for this set, I'm like, I hope that they're all hollow so I can get quarter centuries of all of them. Hopefully by the end of this event, I'll have quarter centuries of all the new stuff as well. But I'm really happy. I've always been a big fan of the deck. It was actually the first format I started playing was 2013 March. Prime Dragon Rulers. Tachyon had like just came out when I had started playing. My very first round ever at any local was against like the top player playing Dragon Rulers. So he just goes, Super Juve, draw 4, Draco Sack, pass. And he's like, oh man, I just lost. Because I'm on like this like terrible, like your first local ever little Timmy deck. So
we've all been there. But now you're going to be the one doing the Dragon Rulers. Disaster Dragon Ruler, the big one. You summoned it. Did you think that you would get to use him in this event, let alone in the feature match stage?
Nah, honestly, that was like I was debating not even bothering playing him, but when we were in testing, we found the deck really has no out to a Chaos Angel because all the monsters are too low to punch over it. And if it's unaffected, you can't like remove it in any way. But with Disaster, it makes a towers that's really hard to get rid of, and it can punch over Angel. So even if you're like lower on life, you can just keep punching over Angel. And arguably, the Disaster Dragon with the unaffected is harder to clear than an Angel because without like they need like an underworld goddess or something because like Malice has no answers to it. Raizio has like no real answers to it either. So they can sit on it for forever and just be fine. I mean, 46 is a huge stat line to punch over for sure.
Yeah, huge body. Awesome to see that was how you closed out the duel. But I gotta say, your first feature match ever in your history. How you feeling now after picking up a win?
Man, this is great. This is a great feeling. I'm excited. Hopefully I'll be back for more feature matches in the future.
Hope to see you again. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for the interview. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw back to the casters.
Do you believe in significant numbers, duelists? I do. 2,500 is a very significant number. Whether it reminds you of the almighty attack of Dark Magician or the stalwart defense of Blue Eyes White Dragon, there are dozens and dozens of monsters throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that feature that sacred number 2,500. But what does it mean? Well, I think we're going to tie this strategy all together in one knot when we introduce today's new theme, Regenesis. Let's start off with Regenesis Warrior. If a monster with 2,500 original attack or defense is on your field, you can special summon Regenesis Warrior from your hand, but you can only special summon it once per turn that way. You can only use each of the following effects of Regenesis Warrior once per turn. Quick effect, you can tribute this card, then target a monster your opponent controls and return it to the hand. During your opponent's end phase, if Regenesis Warrior is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add it back to your hand. That means you can continue the cycle of Regenesis once more. Regenesis Warrior helps you charge into battle, and by allowing you to return your opponent's cards back to the hand, it's also putting a Regenesis monster in your graveyard, which means during your opponent's end phase, that's right, Regenesis Warrior is coming right back to your hand. Regenesis Sage works much the same way as Regenesis Warrior. If a monster with 2,500 original attack or defense is on the field, you can also special summon Regenesis Sage from your hand, and similarly, you can only special summon Regenesis Sage once per turn that way. You can only use each of the following effects of Regenesis Sage once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can send one other Regenesis card from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard and negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Then, during your opponent's end phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add this card to your hand. Regenesis Sage has a powerful effect, of course, allowing you to negate your opponent's activated cards or effects, but it's also allowing you to send other Regenesis monsters from the hand to the graveyard, and if it's your opponent's end phase, well, and the card was sent there this turn, you know what that means. The card sent to the graveyard for Regenesis Sage's effect is going to come right back to you. The Regenesis cycle continues. Just like Regenesis Sage and Regenesis Warrior, Regenesis Dragon is also looking for a monster on the field with 2,500 original attack or defense so it can special summon itself from the hand. And you can only special summon Regenesis Dragon once per turn this way. You can also only use each of the following effects of Regenesis Dragon once per turn. Quick effect, you can tribute this card, then target one spell or trap your opponent controls, banish it. During your opponent's end phase, just like the other Regenesis monsters, if Regenesis Dragon is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add it back to your hand. That's right, the Regenesis cycle will go on and on. And here's another powerful tool in the Regenesis strategy. You could special summon Regenesis Archfiend from your hand by revealing another monster with 2,500 attack or 2,500 defense in your hand. You can only special summon Regenesis Archfiend once per turn this way. And you can also only use each of the following effects of Regenesis Archfiend once per turn. If Regenesis Archfiend is normal or special summoned, you can add one Regenesis card from your deck or banishment to your...
And welcome back. I don't know who that guy was talking to me about Regenesis, but I'm Steven Darling, and here is Steven Rodriguez, and we're back with round 2.
Yes, guys, YCS Providence has been amazing so far. Let's go ahead, throw over to our friend Stephen Kangas and introduce our players.
And in the blue chair from Pelham, New Hampshire, he delivers propane for a living, and he's about to deliver some propane against his opponent today, Cody Ferreira! And his opponent today in the red chair from Montreal, Quebec, he wants to give a shout out to all of his fans and his favorite card, Humanoid Slime, Yassine Salih! Duelists already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Stephen. It's so good to see Cody and Yassine in rare form today for this round 2. As you can see, we have Yassine piloting Mitsurugi Ryzeal, and Cody piloting the brand new Regenesis from Alliance Insight.
Definitely an international affair here with some great new cards. And it is funny that we were just playing the Regenesis card effects, so I do expect everyone to know what they do. But the great thing is you can really build whatever Regenesis style of deck you want, right? You can pair it with Blue Eyes, Kashtira, a whole range of cards. I'll be excited to see what Cody's done with his deck list.
Oh, 100%, Steven. I'm actually really impressed with these Regenesis cards, as well as the brand new Mitsurugi support that we got in Alliance Insight for this TCG exclusive archetype.
Yeah, you know, Mitsurugi has been a deck that's been very popular since it first came out, and everybody was excited to see, oh, what's the third ritual, right? Because it's in the name, Mitsurugi,
right.
Me being 3. And Yassine being very, not necessarily brave here, but sort of just really plunging into that, sort of betting everything on the fact that Mitsurugi's brand new cards are that good.
And I know a lot of players have been hyping up the pure version of Mitsurugi for this event, but I'm sure Ryzeal is just as good as it was back in Supreme Darkness format.
I think it really is. A lot of people with the new Forbidden Limited list were concerned that maybe you couldn't play your Ryzeal deck because obviously there were what are called consistency hits, right? It's a certainly different package, a different sort of slimmer profile with all those different card names removed since they were semi-limited. But it's still a very powerful deck, and Yassine also going to sort of an old reliable with the new spin, using all the new cards. Thinking about, man, everything that has come out in Alliance Insight upgrades and elevates the format that we currently have.
Oh, I know every single time I see Habakiri get resolved, I'm going to be like, oh my goodness, that once per duel effect is a very well-deserved once per duel effect.
Absolutely, definitely. When it says once per duel, you know, it's like, oh, yeah, this is pretty good. Certainly a lot of duelists around the world are gearing up for this new Alliance Insight format. I think we've got nationals in like Austria, Chile, Colombia, Brazil. So shout out to anybody who's joining us there. Any names I forgot, my apologies. But it shows you that, you know, it's one world playing this game, and I'm so excited to see these two international duelists go against each other with these brand new decks.
Oh yeah, nothing like playing in the biggest events with the biggest players from all over the world and doing it in your own respective home and country, but also sharing it with other people when you come to YCSs like this.
Definitely a good vibe here. You can hear the crowd noise maybe in the background, but everybody's just kind of locked in as Cody and Yassine are getting ready there. Certainly, Yassine, no stranger, a very notable content creator in his own right. But it's one thing to create content, it's another thing to sit up here like the best of them and duel. But he has a notable tournament record, so I know this is going to be a good one.
Awesome. How do you think this matchup is going to go as the Regenesis player? What do you think are some of the things he can do to kind of get an edge against the Mitsurugi and Ryzeal cards?
Well, you know, besides winning the dice roll, of course, the joke being, Regenesis is about the long-term grind game. They kind of remind me of the Horus strategy where you're dropping these gigantic monsters on the field that have so much that they can continue to do. Obviously, they have the ability to maybe banish a spell or trap, bounce a monster, etc. The issue is, speaking of grind game, Yassine has a great plan unto himself. And speaking of games, let's go ahead and get into game 1 here of round 2 of YCS Providence.
Awesome. I think our players have showcased all the cards they'll be playing with for this event, which is very exciting to see. So we got Yassine rolling a 9, and we've got Cody rolling a 3.
You choose who goes first, so it's you, huh?
Just strong stuff, so he's going to choose.
Cool. So we can start.
Awesome. Good start. All right. Good luck,
Best
man.
of luck, yeah?
Great sportsmanship.
Yep, there we see Cody going first there. Looking like he's going to be starting off with some really fun things. Oop, got the standby phase. Perulia coming down from Yassine.
Oh, and the Perulia is definitely going to hurt here as he activates Regenesis.
The classic name of the card. This will allow him to either add a Regenesis name to his hand,
or send one to the graveyard, but I imagine he'd probably add to the hand to get a peek at his hand.
I'm just gonna double check, but yeah, it results.
And add it to hand or something.
Yep,
Oh,
always
yeah.
big ups on the scene there, just double checking for himself to make sure he knows how that card works, because he might see that card again in other games. There we see Regenesis Archfiend being looked at. That's going to be probably the
It's an
main
inherent
Rhoda
summoning
monster for the
condition,
deck.
and then I'll
It
summon
absolutely is. It does
Infliction,
search from the
Regenesis
deck
card
to the
from
hand a Regenesis monster, and you got a lot of different options. Some duelists like to pick Sage out just so they have some sort of ability to negate their opponent's card effects. But looks like, oh no, another Mulcharmy.
So now if we do that inherent summoning condition from the hand, Yassine will get 2 cards.
That's a lot. Maybe taking a U-turn here. Cody does have the option effectively to pivot into just bringing out maybe a Kashtira monster. You probably want to do something. Unicorn obviously feels great. There are Regenesis monsters that are level 7, like Regenesis Sage, so you could normal summon it with the Kashtira Burst to prevent it, but you're still summoning a monster from the hand, so the Perulia is going to cause 2 cards drawn.
Yeah, at this point, I'm sure Cody's probably thinking to himself, if I just pass, Yassine went -2, do I have any non-engine in my hand that can maybe disrupt him? But nope, he's going to go for that Unicorn and give his opponent 2 extra draws here.
Tough.
It's probably a rough situation. There we see a set card there. I think I saw a
It was
little look
super
what that was.
polarization.
Yeah.
What?
I was like, I don't want to jinx it, but that might be going a little brazier right now because wouldn't the Regenesis trigger if you discard it with Super Poly as well?
As long as your opponent's turn, yeah, during the end phase, you'll add it back to your hand. I like to call the end phase of your opponent's turn the Regenesis phase.
It's our end phase in this matchup.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
All right, but here we see Yacine starting off here. He's just facing down a Unicorn. We're going to start off with X Ryzeal. That's a really good start right there.
Really is, and it shows you that, like, hey, sometimes you just draw the out, right?
Yep, there we see the Aggregator is Chainlink 2, targeting that Unicorn, so that way he will not get that rip from the extra deck, protecting his potentially one of Detonator ever since the Forbidden and Limitless update back from Houston.
A lot of duelists are terrified to see Kashtira Unicorn because with some of these limited extra deck powerhouses like Ryzeal Detonator, you can't do anything if you lose it unless you're going to add something like, what, Necroface to your deck?
Yes, 1000%.
All right, so we do have the Sword Ryzeal grabbing the Ice Ryzeal to the hand here. And there are new Ryzeal cards too. We might get to see a Star Ryzeal at some point.
Well, it might be a little hard to see that now because we have that Droll and Lockbird coming up from Cody, going to be stopping Yacine from adding more cards from his deck to his hand.
Yacine sort of processing there what to do next.
And that Super Poly might be more than the disruption that Cody needs to kind of stymie Yacine and keep him off any more Ryzeal combos.
Definitely a really heads-up inclusion there to include the super polymerization. You're not really using your extra deck that much in a pure Regenesis build. That seems to be what we've got since we saw a couple of deck searches.
27, it gains 200 or only 100
per act. So,
It includes my field.
Just double checking the power increase right there. So yeah, right now the Unicorn's at 27. Going to be swinging with that 3000 Detonator here. Take 300.
So
Really heads up if you've
77
seen how to summon another monster there because you could have been playing into the potential Super Poly.
300.
Very smart there.
Buster.
And he just passes. Look at this. Yacine showing a lot of restraint. He's like, I think a 3-material Detonator is going to be more than enough to stop Cody. I'm not going to waste my Ice Effect for no reason.
Good enough for last format, good enough for this format too. Looks like Cody drew Regenesis Birth there, so powerful trap card that we may get to see used.
Can I just read Alpha, please?
Yep, so we revealed Alpha, the Master of Beasts, to summon this Regenesis Archfiend, which is really cool because Alpha does have 2500 defense, and you're seeing just double checking here how Alpha works. It's been a while since we've seen this card. I think it came out back in what? Not Phantom Rage, back when Zeus came out.
Yes, definitely a while ago, but all you need to get up Regenesis Archfiend is just to have a card in your hand that has 2500 attack or 2500 defense. And so, yeah, Alpha the Master Beast does have that 2500 defense.
Sure.
And Yacine's like, nope, I don't want that Archfiend to stay in the field. I'm just going to Detonator, get rid of it when he tries to activate the Search effect here. Cody will still get the Search here, but he will not have a Regenesis still in play, which can make summoning his other Regenesis monsters a little difficult because some of them require them to have 2500 attacks on the field, not in the hand.
That's correct, that's correct. Actually, pretty much every other one besides Regenesis Lord also has that condition. Regenesis Lord, I saw Cody eye it for just a second. It is the sort of big old boss of this deck. Gets 5,000 attack total during the battle phase and does let you set one of your Regenesis spell or trap cards. So really good follow-up plays. But doesn't look like he's going for that. He's going for Regenesis Sage for the negate here.
I do see the Birth in his hand. Did he draw that for turn?
He did draw that for turn.
Very nice. That could be a way for him to kind of get more access to resources. And then here we see the Alpha coming down, which will probably allow him to summon the Sage now.
Yes.
Does get the Sage in defense mode here. A little worried about the effects of Ryzeal Detonator, or maybe just its attack. Considering whether to bounce, maybe a little difficult.
It's not once per turn, so I can keep like detaching material to destroy one of the cards on the field whenever you activate a card or effect.
Yep, so Cody's just clarifying here how the timing of Detonator would work in response to his Alpha's effect.
Battle phase, yep, still, I want to tell you that if you try to destroy one of my Xyz monsters, Detonator can protect it either from battle by card effect by detaching material.
Yacine doing a great job of following the tournament policy guidelines, not just telling a portion of the effect, really explaining his cards to his opponent. A great example to follow.
Right, Detonator has so many effects, it can be hard to remember. Not only it can protect its stuff, but he can also like just stop his effects as well and destroy some cards on the field.
Absolutely.
All right, so here I think Cody's debating whether or not he wants to use Alpha's effect to bounce. I believe we're going to chain Detonator to that.
Kind of a little weird. If you're not bouncing beasts, are you bouncing anything?
Oh, no. What happened was he went to battle phase, and because of the race off, Alpha is stronger than Detonator. He went battle phase, dealt some damage, and now the Detonator used its material to protect itself. Got it.
That makes sense.
I was like, I didn't hear Cody say a single word, but yet stuff happened. And I'm like, oh, okay. Here we're just clarifying.
So it has to be hand or face up field.
Face up field, yeah, cool.
Yep, so just clarifying how Sage can use his effect.
Yep.
Sage is a really interesting and excellent card, but without very many resources. Oh, and you see he is going to keep that in the hand. Makes sense because you need to be able to discard that Regenesis Birth. You're not going to be able to keep it face up on the field with Ryzel Detonator's quick effect.
Yeah, and right now he values that ability to negate rather than the extra body or the book that you would get from Regenesis Birth.
Absolutely. Shows you the one Ryzel Detonator still enough.
So there we see the Ice Ryzel coming down that you've seen search last turn. This will go ahead and get him back into his Ryzel combo here, which will be really nice for him to kind of play through the board that Cody has here.
Now, a lot of different choices. Let's see if he goes for something new, like Star Ryzel, or just goes for the old reliable. It looks like it's Sword.
It could be Sword. Haven't seen any of his Mitsurugi cards so far. He's just been rocking with the Ryzels Classic.
Yeah, if you were Cody, you wouldn't know that any reptiles were coming.
So here we're going to go into... Ooh, well, speaking of the reptile, there's the King of Feralums himself going to be able to search for any reptile in his deck. We're going to chain the effect of Sage here. And then we're going to chain Detonator to destroy the back row. Unfortunately, we cannot chain it because we have no cards in hand to activate
it is that super polymerization, and I don't think there's the right combination of cards on the field in order to get this off.
And Yassine's doing that, like being like, I want to make sure I have all known information, and then,
So
oop,
no
there we see.
graveyard effects, right?
Nothing at the moment. End phase, anything like that. Actually, no, there is nothing.
Okay,
Sorry.
cool.
Yep, Yassine just
Nothing
clarifying
else.
that nothing else is going to be kind of sneaking up on him here as he goes throughout his turn, maybe thinking of going for game, potentially.
And that's negating destroy, by the way. Oh, think all that. Yep.
Oh, so he was going to negate. Okay, so we did go ahead and get rid of that.
Yes, Sage does in fact negate and destroy there. We already used Ice. I don't think we have any other... We have another X in hand, I believe, that we searched off the Sword.
But with those additional cards from earlier, the Mulcharmy's effect resolving, I think Yassine's got everything he needs as he starts with X Ryzel, sending likely an Eclipse Twins, I would imagine.
I mean, it's worth noting that this Alpha Beast is 3,200 attack points, I believe, and that's kind of hard to get over when you have no materials on a Detonator. I'm not even sure. Maybe like Light Pulsar at Ignister. I don't want to like guess about what he's probably going to go into here, but he needs to find some answer for this Alpha Beast before he goes in for game. And I believe Sage has 2,500 defense, obviously. Oh, we're going to make Eclipse Twins here. That could be a way to kind of clear this board.
Yeah. Oh, with the Node Ryzel. Perfect there. So going to get basically 2 for 1.
And now we can go into a Dual Drive and use the Dual Drive modulation effect on the attack points, and that can maybe make your... Oh, no, we're going to go into King of Feralums here again. Because it's not once per turn, is it?
It's not. It's
a hard
not.
once per turn. No, it's not a hard once per turn.
No, you certainly can use that effect multiple times as long as you've got materials and it's not the same copy face on the field. And with Eclipse Twins, no, it's definitely a different copy.
Very heads up. And now we're going to go for the Duo Drive here. Yeah, I'm really liking what Yassine's doing here, just playing through all of his resources, make sure he has access to every kind of engine he could possibly have before he goes in for any big plays to try to go for game. Having Habakiri as well as the full Ryzel cross plus the Ice special effect is going to be super awesome for him.
These snakes are about to bite down.
Yep,
we finally get to see it resolve once per duel, so it's the only time it's going to happen this turn.
Yep, so we're going to summon from the deck, and then we're going to tribute the Feralymphs to resolve the effect fully, and now we're going to use Saji to search for Mitsurugi Ritual. And now we can probably summon Murakumo. Oh no, we searched Prayer, sorry. We already had the Ritual in hand, because we're built different.
See, like I said, just drawing all of those cards. Didn't start with a bonfire, didn't even have to get anything. Just start with the X Ryzel. Very similar, just very lucky in this duel, and you see all of the new reptiles coming out there one by one by one.
Yep, even Nightlord Serpent, which is a really nice inclusion that this set can play in the Ryzel version that you don't really see in the pure version as much.
Every monster on your field.
Yep.
And then this summons itself back in its searches.
I think we're getting close to the end here on this one.
Oh yeah, the math is starting to add up for your scene here.
When you mentioned how big Alpha the Master of Beasts was, I was concerned, but then I realized that duelists have been dealing with big monsters for a while with the Bureau of the Primal Being tokens, so you just kind of have to find your way into it, and obviously with the sort of built-in Raigeki effect of the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, yeah, he's got it done.
Yep, he's even going into Ghost Emerald here just to make sure he has all the resources and get an extra card draw.
Just in case, just in case. I mean, his opponent doesn't have anything, but...
Yeah, his opponent has 1 field spell, no cards in hand, whereas I think total Yassine has 12 cards, and that'll be game 1 there, going to Yassine.
Very cool. Yassine showing us the power of the Mitsurugi deck and just how consistent Habakiri is, but I don't really think Habakiri was turning the tide on that duel. I think Yassine would have found a way, whether it was this format or last.
Oh yeah, and Habakiri being able to be like a 1-card double ritual monster plus an extra Mitsurugi spell card is just so powerful.
Well, he's taking game 1. Let's see how we get in game 2. Means Cody has an additional chance to go first. It might have a slightly more explosive turn if he doesn't run into double Molcharmies. Yassine's smiling there, very excited for himself, off to a good start.
It's always good to get that first game in the bag because it just like kind of solidifies like, okay, I now have 2 more tries no matter what to take home this match, as long as I play quickly and I play my best.
In video game terms, it almost feels like having an extra life. You're like, okay, I'm going to try my hardest. This is important. But I'm not against the wall. I can still, I've got another guy, right?
100%. But if you're Cody, you're probably thinking to yourself, man, I kind of didn't get to show off a lot of what the Regenesis cards can do because Perulia is like literally the one Molcharmy you can't really do anything about. You don't really summon from the extra deck. You don't really summon from graveyard during your own turn, and so all the other ones just don't matter to you. But not being able to summon from your hand, like he had like 3 different inherent summons in that first turn, but he's like, I'm not going to give my opponent 6 extra cards.
I wouldn't either. I mean, the deck is good, but not so good that you could play through all of that. You know, no deck is safe from these Molcharmies lurking around, and you're right that Perulia, who is well known for dealing with like Ryzeal, perfectly matched against Regenesis. So we'll see if Yassine's patented luck pays off in this next duel.
It's going to be really interesting to see if there's been any sort of updates to each other's decks from the side deck. Like, I'm not sure necessarily what fun cards you would play to counter Regenesis because it's doing a very unique thing, but we can see.
Yeah, you know, the format has obviously changed. You're not really... I mean, it's not a Molcharmy Meow's like weak deck, right? Because you're not special summoning from the graveyard. You're adding the cards from the graveyard back to your hand. So really, Perulia is the strat. So hope for a little jellyfish to come your way.
100%. All right, here we see both players, I think, fully set up. It's now just going to be a question of whether Cody chose to go first, or if you went for the surprise, you're actually going first.
Yeah. We haven't seen anybody flip the script like that in a while, but maybe Cody's got some sort of going second build. The super polymerization's mad respect on that because it's so cool. You're discarding a Regenesis monster. You're getting everything set up for that amazing end phase on your opponent's turn. But speaking of end phases, let's go ahead and go to a draw phase because it's game 2 here at our YCS Providence.
Both players just wheeling and dealing, getting ready, having a good little question.
Good luck, man.
Good. Best of luck. So you're going first,
I'm
then?
going to go first.
Yeah.
We'll have a handshake, and Cody clarifying, yes, I am going first. Best of luck to you guys.
Let's see what that hand is.
All right.
I see the number 2500.
That's all we need, really.
Stand by?
Yep.
Main?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to his main phase. Last time we were not able to get this far without seeing a Molcharmy, so here we go. Starting off with Unicorn.
That helps a lot.
That is definitely the honorary Regenesis monster. And there we see the Regenesis spell card coming down, not using Kashtira's effect to search for a spell card, notably.
Well, his fellow commentator and Konami representative Jerome said, you know, the hardest Regenesis monster to summon is the first one. But using Kashtira monsters, what a great answer. 2500, Unicorn gets it done.
And I love,
You don't have to shuffle
I
it.
love
It's
summoning
okay.
the
You're
Unicorn
going back.
before you go into the Archfiend, because now if Yassine does have some form of non-engine that's a monster effect, free rip of your extra deck. Bye-bye Detonator.
Exactly. So we are going to activate Regenesis. Go ahead and search the Archfiend, reveal in order to special summon. It looks like we're putting in defense mode this time, using the effect of Archfiend to add, and I would assume you would grab the Regenesis Sage if you didn't already have it.
Also, not using the Unicorn effect allows you to dodge, draw, and lockbird too, which is pretty cool. Before you activate your Genesis card. So now he got the guaranteed search.
Alrighty.
That's Lord, right?
It is Lord.
Nothing.
And that makes
The
sense
Lord, when
because
it's summoned, it's gonna
technically
set, like,
you're not doing a whole lot with the Regenesis Archfiend. You are giving
It
up an
does, like, nothing
opportunity
else,
to summon it again later because remember, you banish your Regenesis monster in order to summon Lord. But what you get in exchange for it
initially
is
it's like
setting
zero
any Regenesis spell or trap. So it could be Code, it could be
okay,
Birth,
and it
maybe
becomes
even
like-
another copy of Regenesis if you haven't
Yeah,
activated this turn, but that's not the
Okay,
case for
cool.
Cody this duel.
Yep, and here we see Yassine just double-checking that card, making sure he knows how strong it really is. And there we see the Sage, the card that he revealed off of his Archfiend to summon it. And then we got a Lord coming down, going to be banishing that Archfiend in order to summon it to the field. And like you said, going to be searching for a spell and trap to set directly to the field.
Now, Sage is great here because if you're worried about Nibiru the Primal Being, you're fine, right? You could go ahead and just pitch one of your monsters, including the Lord. And the great thing about the Regenesis cards is it says 2500 original attack. And yes, certainly that's to prevent shenanigans of like copying attacks, but it also means you can boost a monster's attack and still use your Regenesis effects for cost or summoning conditions because it's original attack.
And there we see the Birth being chosen by Cody to set using Lord's effect. That card basically allows you to send a Regenesis card from your deck to the graveyard to Book of Moon one of your opponent's monsters, and then it also has an effect to banish itself and summon a Regenesis from the banishment. Or anywhere actually.
Yeah, and it's multiples at the same time, which is really cool, but that Book of Moon style effect of flipping a card face down is really important because remember, you don't have a face-up monster, you're not going to conduct an Xyz summon, so Yassine may have his work cut out for him at least this duel.
Yeah, this is one impressive turn 1 board here from Cody, and not a single monster from the extra deck
Yeah.
involved in it at all.
What extra deck? That's extra. All right, so Yassine about to commit his first card here.
I'll go with Harakiri.
And what a 1 card it is! Habakiri no
Special
Mitsurugi is going to be
summons
using.
Mitsurugi
This will allow him to
monster
search
from
special
the
summon a
deck, and
Mitsurugi
then
monster from the deck, and then immediately after that, tribute a monster.
What a crazy effect. The fact that it special summons and tributes immediately, not even giving the opponent a chance to use an effect veil or infinite permanence, anything like that.
And it usually always gets a Saji, and then we're going to immediately tribute the Saji, and then use Saji's effect to search for a Mitsurugi spell card. Usually going to probably end up getting the Ritual if we don't already have access to it, but we're going to chain Unicorn, chain link 2.
And it looks like Yassine thinking about maybe doing something different here. Oh, wow, the droplet coming down. Discarding Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
And Nibiru the Primal Being.
Ooh, wow. It makes sense. You've already kind of seen all the stuff, but you know Nibiru isn't that strong against Regenesis because of the built-in Sage.
Yep, and I believe we targeted both the Sage and the Unicorn with that droplet to make sure that they're not going to be bothering us for the rest of this turn.
Oh, there's the Droll Lockbird.
That can really hurt Yassine if he doesn't have already access to his Ryzeal engine.
It's definitely a wake-up call for Yassine. You saw the energy levels kind of tempered themselves there.
Right. There we see the Ritual coming down.
Ritual from
You can choose either summon from hand or from deck.
hand.
We're going to summon from hand, which means we're going to send from the deck to the graveyard. Or sorry, tribute from the deck to the graveyard. I should be more accurate.
Which is incredible, by the way. What a card. Because we've had things like Advanced Ritual Art and High Ritual Art that send materials or ritual summon from unusual locations. I don't know if there's any card in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that tributes from the deck, besides Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yep, and then we set, so we tributed Kusanagi as well as Night Sword Serpent, which will summon itself out, and then Kusanagi will add back the Ritual Spell. And so now we can use Ritual Spell again, tributing the Habakiri to bring out Murakumo.
Murakumo definitely spelled the end for Cody, giving that sort of Raigeki-style destroy all monsters on the field effect. Scene still working through, but yeah, we're going again.
Yep. This will probably tribute the Habakiri, like I said, to summon the Murakumo, and then Habakiri will trigger after being tributed to summon itself back and add.
Effect to destroy every monster on your field.
I will attempt.
Wow, that Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi doing work.
We're going to chain Imperm on the Murakumo to make sure that our cards do not get destroyed.
I'll chain Ame. So if you can't discard a card, it just gets negated.
Yep, then there we see the chain of the on-field effect, so to negate the Imperm, because Cody cannot discard a card from his empty hand. It is worth noting that during the battle phase, Lord will be 5,000 attack points. But
it does gain 2,500, that's right.
But it's going to be destroyed by the time the chain resolves. So
I feel like that is what's coming now. You do still have access to the Regenesis birth there, but it's powerful, but I don't know if it's enough to get us out of this jam.
Yeah, it just lets you, you need a way to get rid of it on his own board to get more value out of it.
And I don't know, if, the only thing, flipping something face down certainly will help get you back into the game. I'd love to see a great end phase where you just get to add and add and add, but I just don't know if it's you're in the cards.
Well, I mean, without being able to access his Ryzeal engine, I don't believe Yassine has the damage he needs to go for a game. And it is worth noting he didn't bring back the Habakiri because I believe he couldn't do it under Droll because he can't add to his hand.
That is right.
I'll go Battle Phase Swing for 32.
Yeah, so Cody's going to walk off scot-free here.
Yeah. So you Foolish and then it gets booked?
Nope. So it's send it for cost.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing the other effects.
Send it for cost, and then reborn any Regenesis from hand, graveyard, or banner.
Yeah.
So,
now, the reason, if you're asking yourself, why didn't he flip it down and then summon the other ones? You only get to use one of the effects once per turn.
That's
so you do have to pick between the Book of Moon style effect and this Soul Charge level. It's hand, graveyard, or banishment.
Yeah.
It ignores the summoning conditions?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me double check that actually.
I believe it does ignore the summoning conditions.
I think it's just it's improperly summoned already.
I guess he's just asking if it can summon Lord.
Incorrect.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah, so Lord is the only one it cannot bring back.
Correct. It must be special summoned by banishing.
Nope.
Okay.
Does not negate the effects. If you want to just click, double check.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, their
but
effects
it
are still fine to my knowledge.
Can you remind me? Did I use Stage's effect this turn? I don't think I
To
did.
negate? No, you haven't.
So it's live again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, just
And
making
then
sure we have a
Regenesis Archfiend
clarification of
was
everything that we have here.
Yeah. It doesn't negate.
Yeah, normally the way you use Birth is like you use the Book of Moon effect on your opponent's turn, then during your turn you send it to summon all your guys back.
That's
and go
right,
for a
that's
game.
right. Just go for the full-on in. But right now, we
have,
just
like,
need
no
bodies.
protection, so whether I attack them or whether I pass turn,
Correct.
they all die.
Yep. But I will clarify, in end phase, if I send to the graveyard this turn, they all add one.
Yeah.
Cody
each
explaining
one
the
has to
fact
call
that
them
they,
individually to add back to hand.
as
Yeah.
Yassine said, go to the
we'll add
graveyard
one
this turn. They're still all going to come back because they were sent to the graveyard during the opponent's turn.
And here we got Archfiend searching for Warrior, I believe. That's a really good one to grab here.
Yeah, because the bounce effect, and that actually could be pretty good against a ritual deck because you're forcing your opponent to pay those costs again. But paying costs is what
Attack
Mitsurugi
anything.
likes to do.
Attack this one, I guess.
I'm really impressed here with how Yassine's kind of navigating this matchup that I'm sure he's not as familiar with, given that these cards came out yesterday for a lot of
Yeah.
players.
Oh, that's true.
That's true. So Warrior back
Thanks
to
for
back.
main phase 2.
Oh, I guess we weren't able to use Regenesis Archfiend.
Yep.
Yeah, because you can't search because you're drawing Lockbird.
That's
so
right, that's right.
judges got their eyeballs open.
It does in fact affect both players.
Good catch.
Certainly difficult for all players,
So
duelists,
this
as
goes
experienced as
to
Yassine and Cody, and judges who have been playing this game for a long, long time. Remember, these cards did just come out yesterday, so we're going to explore this format together.
And
I
again,
got no responses.
Okay.
again, really impressed here with Yassine here. Just going to go for the nice passive Baguska here to end
Even
his
that
turn.
one has the recursion?
Check that out,
Uh,
Regenesis.
Yes.
Because I don't remember.
To my knowledge, Lord does not.
I
bring
think
himself
Lord is
back.
the only one that does it, yeah. Lord is very special. That's why he's
Yes.
a Regenesis Lord.
And that's why Birth doesn't bring him back
sorry.
either.
yeah.
Okay. So just those two.
But that's still good. I mean, you've got everything you need there to reveal, to special summon the Archfiend, and then go ahead and special summon the Sage and Surge. And because Regenesis is in the graveyard, if you use that negation effect, you can actually banish Regenesis to special summon a fallen Regenesis monster. Don't have to wait till your opponent's turn for that.
But the fact that Cody was able to get both Archfiend and another monster means he can go for the Archfiend play this turn, but unfortunately it won't activate due to Baguska.
Oh, that is Baguska, isn't it? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And then you can't get its effect.
Yeah,
Put it in
because of
defense mode, so...
This applies to me as well.
It's just a question of maybe this could be a rare time that Cody goes into his extra deck here to try to find an answer to this board texture, but I'm just going to see him set a card and say pass.
But that Baguska may not stay here for long because it only takes another level 4 monster in order to set up for Eclipse Twins. That's what's so wild about the modern Baguska, if that's a thing, is that you used to have to kind of wait it out or link summon it off. Now you could just be like, no, this is an Xyz material.
Grind game here.
Yeah.
Cody remarking on the fact that it's a grindy game. Looks like we're going to activate 7th Tachyon.
It is a little rough in this situation for Cody because he again has no cards in his hand to play around the Murakumo's effect to
25 defense,
negate one of his cards. That could be a little hard for him to play through, I think, this on this turn.
Really could be.
But again, to my knowledge, both duelists are at full life, so, you know, they got plenty of time here to go through this.
Still anybody's game, and Baguska's just telling everybody just take a nap, man. Just chill out.
We'll shuffle, but...
It's time to duel, but maybe a turn from now. It's fine.
And there we see the Maze of the Master Classic, revealing, I believe, C104 Masquerade to search for Ice Rise Heal and then putting a card on top of the deck. That is more than enough for your scene here.
We'll go battle phase.
Turn to attack mode.
Straight to battle phase. Very impressed.
And start a battle.
What's so interesting, though, is that it's... Oh, and another Regenesis Birth. It's going to be such a grinding duel because, sure, the bodies go to the graveyard, but they're going to come back. Now, speaking of coming back, we did have to issue a procedural error minor for the illegal adding of a card under Droll and Lockbird. So don't worry, that's just a warning for people who are cheering on for Cody, but it is... you got to pay attention to your cards, especially when they are brand new.
100%. And there we see the Birth, I believe, sending the Sage from direct from the field here, I believe.
Yeah.
Its effect.
Maybe out of names, or maybe didn't want to reach back into the deck, or maybe just really wanted to make sure to get that Sage back.
There we see Duo Drive using the effect here to
Might be the end
attach.
of Regenesis here.
Going to be adding the Sword Rise Heal.
Maybe, I don't know.
And then we're going to activate. And this is going to get us nodes, get us cross, get us everything we need to keep playing with our Rise Heal cards.
Haven't seen a Star Rise Heal, and honestly, Yassine is getting it done just fine, relying mostly on the newer Mitsurugi cards, but just old reliable Rise Heals.
1000%. I would say Star Rise Heal is best served in the pure Rise Heal variant and maybe less so in the Mitsurugi variant, but it's still possible that he plays it.
That's fair. That's fair. To each duelist their own. And we are seeing some great play here, but Yassine taking a moment just to think, where am I going next with this?
I believe we are out of our battle phase too, so.
We are.
Revive back. The sword.
The interesting way to get Baguska off the field. But Sword hits the field now, and we're going to Xyz summon now into...
Probably good old Detonator. It's time for him to hit the board.
I think so. Yep. Detonator appears. It's still just a crazy, crazy card. You know, the first round of the tournament, we got to see that people were still playing with Tenpai. Now they're still playing with Ryzeal.
Ooh, and being able to equip the Habakiri is very fun.
Go ahead.
They already see a pass turn, so this will bring back the Sage to Cody's hand.
What
So
a
you're
great
using the
catch
effect
from
of-
Cody. Almost reaching to his deck and then pausing to reach
This
towards
is
his
the only one I
graveyard.
captured, right?
Making sure to grab those cards out from the
And this
graveyard during the
one-
end phase.
Yep, as you said, we are in the Regenesis phase.
Yeah, Regenesis. Powerful deck. Really curious to see where duelists go with this over time, but Cody's doing a great job of showcasing that this deck is very resilient, if nothing else.
We are going to cross-negate the Sage, because I believe they do activate in the end phase.
They
so
do activate during
you
the
can
end phase, that's
negate
correct.
them at resolution.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
But he can still use the Regenesis in his graveyard for this very occasion. For when you get Regenesis monsters stuck in the graveyard for whatever reason. If Regenesis is in the grave, but it wasn't sent there this turn, you could banish it just like Cody is now, and try to special summon.
Yeah, I believe
It
it's
adds
a
it back from graveyard to hand.
Sorry, hold on. Clarify.
Yeah, just clarifying here how this card exactly works.
You can banish it, then. Hold on. Sorry.
It can be a little complicated, too, to read these kind of cards.
That's right, that's right.
Target one Regenesis monster in graveyard. Special summon by default.
So you got a target like this one?
Yeah, it does not add to hand, it's summons specifically.
Yeah.
Thought so, but that does mean the only one we're going to be able to get is that Sage, since the Lord's of the graveyard.
Yeah, Lord is the very special one. You have to banish one of the followers in order to summon the Lord.
Just such an amazing looking card there.
Regenesis, classic simple. We love it. Yassine's really debating here how to interact with this board texture. I think he's going to go for the Detonator and destroy the Birth? Question mark? Was what he targeted?
I think so, even though it looked like he was gesturing towards the Archfiend. I do. Oh no, it was the Archfiend.
It is the Archfiend. Both are kind of heads up. He can still use
No,
the
no,
Birth
no,
effect.
no. It's just destroy. Yeah, it's just the destruction effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back.
It doesn't summon?
Oh,
It
sorry,
summons.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, summons.
So it does
Thank
summon.
you,
We're
sorry.
good now. We're all on the same page.
Depending on what Cody drew, it was... Oh, is that Dragon?
It is Dragon.
Very nice. That'll allow him to summon another monster to the field.
Detonator has,
Certainly helpful.
protection if
And the Regenesis effect of Regenesis Dragon,
any
you
keys that would
tribute,
try
and you
to-
could go ahead and banish a spell or
And my
trap your
monsters
opponent
gain no bonus
controls.
stats because this has no materials.
Okay.
Just making sure Cody understands how the Detonator can impact this board texture and protect Yassine's
Yeah, so
cards.
everyone's at 25?
Correct.
Alright, yep.
So 25 across the board. Those monsters are kind of too big. We may not be able to get much done here.
Temp battle. Dragon.
Yes,
We're going to have
both
Dragon attack Duo Drive. They're going to crash with each
And the
other.
monsters, they only recycle themselves back on my turn. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, and they need
So
to be sent
slight
at that
missed
turn.
over there. We had to pay attention. It's they recycle themselves during Yassine's end phase if they were sent to the graveyard during Yassine's turn.
That's right, that's right.
So gotta
They-
be careful there.
Yeah, they don't just always come back. They need to be sent there by some mechanic
This
or
is only
other.
on my turn. Yeah.
Yes, the effective breath is only during Yassine's turn.
Sorry.
It's worth noting.
So you cannot use that to rush in.
Temp. Oh, what was that?
Definitely.
Probably just clarifying like how.
Temp maybe.
Definitely gets me excited to play Regenesis. Maybe in between rounds we get off of this.
One.
But jokes aside, it is difficult to navigate the situation, though, because the Amino Morokumo no Mitsurugi's negation effect, you know, Cody is so low on resources. But you want to be low on resources as Cody because you want to be committing all your Regenesis monsters to the field for additional advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you normally don't mind discarding all your cards because that leads them to more likely
you
being
just
in your
summon
graveyard or banishment to use up Birth and stuff. But
temp.
that leaves you open to things like Murakumo. But with
This'll
Typhon,
help.
Murakumo can activate now, so now the Birth can be protected.
But you're not
Yeah,
able to
so
summon anymore this turn.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and cross-negate the effective bounce here.
Oof.
Alright, cool. I go.
So Yassine is going to go ahead and draw.
But it is worth noting that I believe
stand by me.
Cody's Birth is now protected thanks to this Typhon, so he will get to summon back all of his Regenesis monsters.
Definitely helps there. And those monsters have less than 3,000 attacks. That helps too.
Because fun fact, Birth is one of the few continuous trap cards that sends itself for cost, therefore Detonator cannot pseudo-negate it by destroying it.
You didn't see it, but I made some hands praying to the Regenesis Lord there because that really helps keep that card just safe and effective even in this format.
Yep, so they got the X-Ryzel here going to be sending. It's actually kind of huge here to send the Aggregator. We're probably going to need
the Typhon.
we're probably going to need to chain here with the
Oh,
Birth.
that's difficult.
Yes, Cody saw though. He's a heads-up player. We respect that. Going to be using the Burst effect here, sending itself to summon back every Regenesis monster in our graveyard and banishment, which I believe is all of them except for Warrior and Lord.
stage.
And the dragon actually is so crucial right now because you could use it to go ahead and get rid of the Ryzel Cross, but unfortunately without having any cards in the hand, they're all going to defense mode. This may just be to keep Cody's life points as high as they are.
But now we have Sage, though. So, like, Sage can stop the Murakumo and protect the dragon's effect.
True.
So
that's a lot of resources,
We have,
though.
like, a negate warfare going on here between these players.
All right, looks like we're going to drop a 7th Tachyon down, revealing
Masquerade.
Number,
Yeah. Going to search for a light level 4.
Exactly. Just reveal.
Going to be grabbing
yeah.
Ice Ryzel.
So, on reveal,
Yeah.
I'll attempt to take the on.
So you have to send for cows?
Yep. Send our.
Yeah, I'll.
Was that
cross
Drat?
negate.
Yep, Cross Negate. Oh, we also had Cross Negate as well. I totally forgot about that.
So,
That's the difficulty there. Ryzel Cross, such a great card. Just incredible there, because it doesn't matter if your monsters are negated. They got Xyz materials. That's all you need.
Right?
yeah, it's once per turn actually.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yassine just straight up showing, yeah, no, I'm not putting this Ice back on top of my deck. It'll be a different card.
Trading that out to keep the plays going.
It's pretty much out of effects.
Okay.
Normal ice effect.
Does Cross have protection? Of curiosity.
Definitely see why duelists were excited to see the full Mitsurugi package on display. We've gotten to see almost, I think, everything except Wosu.
Mm-hmm. But Yassine's extra deck is getting a little low here. Besides going for like a Eclipse Twin play, I'm not sure how much more he can do here to start recycling this detonator because it has 0 materials, and that's the only one he has.
Well, if it fell to the graveyard, you could recycle it with Ryzel Cross and try again.
That is
but
true. That is true.
might need an Eclipse Twins. I would think you might make it use Eclipse Twins, then detach it as material for the battle phase effect, and then recycle. But that is very convoluted. I think Yassine may have a better combo in mind.
We're going to get another X tier using the Swords effect.
Not at the moment, no.
Like, the unfortunate thing is all these Regenesis monsters are just so big, you know? Like, they're all 25-25, and we got to deal with this Typhon, because if it just stays in play, that could be a problem.
Yassine considering his options, but I think we're going back into the extra deck. Build the overlay network. What rank 4 shall we see now?
We're going to see Duo Drive again.
Attach back.
That attack and defense modulation will be pretty nice.
Definitely will help. You got to get bigger than 2,500.
The card that I put back, off of 7 Tachyon.
Looks like we're just verifying what card was put back off of 7 Tachyon right now.
Or that if a card was, I'm not sure. Did we attach the other Duo Drive? We did. Okay, great. And then we're going to overlay into Eclipse Twin here using the rank 4 detonator as material.
Sorry, what?
Just asking a clarification of how the match was played through here.
But it says actually on the top of the deck.
Yeah, just clarifying where the card went back.
Yeah. Yeah.
7 Tachyon technically
Those are I shuffled, I think.
relatively new.
Sorry.
Ah, but it looks like the deck was shuffled and it wasn't placed.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Cross, actually, I forgot that you had to put back on the bottom. I
Right.
actually thought it was shuffled.
Yeah, it is going to be at the bottom there.
Yeah.
So we're going to pause play just for a second here as the judges square this one up.
So to my knowledge, the order of operations that Yassine did was he activated
I also
Tachyon,
missed one by,
he added the
I
ice,
searched the sword.
put the card on
It's
top, and
such
then
a
summoned
weird,
ice, and then he summoned the
interaction,
sword,
but-
and so he shuffled his deck already, and then drew after that. So I think it should be all good.
Should be, but that's up to the judges, not us,
Right,
of course.
right,
But I
right.
do believe that you're correct, that we should be okay here.
Well, luckily for us, this game has access to instant replay, so if the way that I described worked out, I think Yassine will be fine.
It does. Crazy.
Cody and Yassine just taking a second to hang out. You know, the pressure's off when you got a moment, and people always forget, you know, it is your opponent, but it's also just somebody who just loves this game as much as you do. Both these guys coming from across the country, sometimes across the countries in Yassine's case.
1,000%. And it's always important that in moments like this, where we're just trying to clarify that the game has happened as it was supposed to, both players can just have a chill time in the meantime.
Yeah. Well, I hope everyone understands how good these brand new decks are. You know, I'm always hyping up the new format because it's new, it's exciting, right? But it is new and exciting.
No, it was another one.
Really seeing how much of the grind game is happening here
It was the card
from
actually- it was the
Regenesis.
card that I drew for turn, and I already had the card before.
Yassine just taking a moment here to just explain what's going on here.
Sorry, what? No, it wasn't public knowledge.
Yep, yep. Yeah, again.
The cross was definitely
So it looks like we're going to go back in. Play is going to resume. We'll let you know if there's any penalties that came off of that, but it's likely just going to be a warning, so don't worry, because we are going to get to continue this duel.
so it gets a second attack on monsters.
Yeah, I will say all the cards that are in your scene's hand are supposed to be in his hand.
Yes.
It's the extra ISO that he added off sword.
All your monsters, they lose 100 attack, but my monsters gain 100 attack for each material here. So this has 28.
So 24 versus 26.
Yeah,
Also funny,
monsters, yeah.
Eclipse Twins has 2,500 original attack and defense. You could build some kind of crazy Ryzeal Regenesis, right?
Bounce back. So I'll read
So
the
does
players.
Duo Drive.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
that one
Yeah.
actually
And it is original attack, so Duo Drive's attack boosting would not matter. But I'm not here to glaze Regenesis. We're here to talk dual monsters. So after we attack here, Yassine considering what to go for next.
Party's going to go for the attack into the Sage, and then we're going to have Murakumo attack into... Oh, that's right! Eclipse Twin can attack multiple times.
Your monster loses 300 and mine gains.
Yep, it's
3,
28 to
I'm
26.
100 points stronger.
Yep, he's going to take 200 points of damage there, and then he's going to take another 28 plus 35 from the Murakumo and the Duo
And then I'll
Drive.
attack for
Minus 100.
28 and 35.
Yep, 28, 35.
Big numbers.
So
But I believe
51,
Cody is still
and
in the
35,
game, though.
so you're at 16.
Yep, he's at 1,600 life points, it looks like, from the sound of it.
Could be worse. The last life point is the most important one, and Cody still has plenty of those.
But to be fair, he does have 0 cards in hand, 0 cards on board, but he gets all of his Regenesis monsters back that were destroyed this turn, which is
Touch me.
all of them.
Yeah,
Only just was
Regenesis.
familiar
Yeah.
before. Draw face.
Yeah.
And the only interaction that Yassine has is the Murakumo no Mitsurugi, and finally, Cody has cards in hand, so we might be able to play through here, but I don't know if Cody has a way to get back his Lord. That's definitely the thing I think he's going to be looking for here, and he's got to be careful about this Eclipse Twins, because once he gets rid of it, guess who comes back? Detonator.
So there was a procedural error minor, by the way, for the cards being shuffled instead of being sent to the bottom of the deck. So just be careful when you activate your Ryzeal Cross. It's not a big deal, but you want to make sure you don't get into the habit of that, as penalties could be upgraded. Speaking of upgrading, looks like Cody is upgrading his field as he goes ahead to bring out Regenesis Archfiend. We're going to search the deck for another 2,500 monster.
And it's worth noting that Yassine did try to use Murakumo, but he was like, nope, I'm going to get rid of the Super Poly. It's useless anyway. I want to use all my monster effects this turn. If I'm Cody, to my knowledge, there are no Xyz monsters currently in Yassine's graveyard, meaning if we clear this Eclipse Twins, does the detonator come back?
No, because you would have to be 2 other monsters there. So yeah, there wouldn't be enough food basically for the Eclipse Twins, because Eclipse Twins can't recycle itself because we'd be here all night.
Yeah. But it is currently pretty big, and all of his Regenesis monsters are... Wait. Does the Duo Drive affect? No, it's original attack. Original attack.
That's right, original attack. Isn't that cool? Like the original
For a second.
attack, it keeps you from doing anything wild, but it also preserves your right to Regenesis.
1,000%. For a second, I was like, oh my god, did Yassine just perfectly counter Regenesis right
None
now?
of my monsters, and other than the fact that they all lose 300 and my monsters all gain 300.
That's Eclipse Twins causing that, right? Or is
Yeah.
that
So we did get out both dragons, so we have the Spell Trap Banish, and we did get out the Sage there, so we do have the sort of built-in negate there. Now Regenesis.
take me back into the advocate?
But right now, they're not big enough to necessarily do anything because those are some big monsters from his board.
He might be going for Regenesis Warrior then. Remember, it's going to add to the hand or send to the grave. And there is the Warrior. Warrior
So
is
this one,
the
it
monster
does
bounce.
what again?
This one's the return to monster.
Returning it back to the
Yeah,
hand.
Ooh, but that could be a little dangerous because the most ideal thing to get rid of would be the Duo Drive, but that puts another Duo Drive in Yassine's graveyard, which then could trigger the Eclipse Twins. So you
It
want
is a quick effect, though, so you could do order of operations. You could attack and then bounce before anything happens.
Ooh.
Return to the hand. Got to get out of the habit of saying bounce, but there is more bounce in the outs of this card for sure.
Gotta read some check
Ooh,
cards.
but I think he's eyeing, is that Coach King Giant Trainer?
There are some level 8s in this deck.
They are big boys.
Oh, but is that number 90?
That could be pretty good.
We're getting the whole... So it's not just super polymerization targets. There's actually some ways to use your Regenesis monsters to keep going here. It's cool to see the pure build. I'm very curious to see how people continue to work on this deck, but this is neat.
No, Duo Drive is
Duo
giving the
Drive.
boost, Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just
I
clarifying
will
where the
attempt
boost is
Warrior's
coming
effect.
from. Yeah, this is a little awkward here because you want to clear the Eclipse Twins first, but if you do that for the Duo Drive, now there's another Xyz monster for Eclipse Twin.
Yeah, but you could negate it technically with the Sage.
That is true. You're so right. So yeah,
So
we
we all
just
die?
Yeah.
And
So we're
then
gonna-
Twins effect.
Oh, you're going to let it happen.
This.
Maybe not worried about it?
I suppose. Oh no, did we have King of the Paralympics this game? Oh, we had Baguska too. Never mind.
Yeah.
Twins,
oh,
Twins,
that's right. Okay, Twins was always live.
Twins was always live.
Don't pay attention to us, chat.
We were never playing around that card.
Got it. Yeah.
Oh, and there we see
in that
Cody scooping it up.
game.
Turns out Yassine did have access to a second detonator through his Eclipse Twins, and that was all he needed to lock this one up for himself.
Just good stuff, though. Yassine showing that the old ways are still good. Just incredible gameplay there. And yeah, now Yassine's got it. Smile on his face, feeling good about it.
Yeah, it's always good to have a nice grindy game against one of the newest decks in the format, Alliance Insight, and this Regenesis deck. Really cool to see both players sort of showcasing the power of grindy Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus just the combo Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm sure people are used to seeing.
Yeah, you know, we go through different phases and different formats. Sometimes the slowest Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the best Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? I'm thinking some Altergeist formats of the distant past. There's some shudders probably that were sent down the spines of people listening to my voice. But there's also really fast and furious Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? I'm thinking about things like Dragon Link and stuff like that where you're just piling all the cards on the table. But it ebbs and flows, so it's really neat to see that Alliance Insight is showing us a very different walk of life for this format at least.
And there's one thing everyone can learn at home, it's that once per duel effects. They're pretty good.
Once per duel effect's pretty good. Yeah, if it says once per duel, Spore is always the one that comes to mind, right? If it says once per duel, give it a look. Think about it. It's probably pretty decent. But honestly, just good stuff from Yassine, great stuff from Cody too, just sort of navigating all the different board states there. But I'm really interested to see where this goes, right? You know, is Mitsurugi Ryzeal the optimal build for Yassine, or does he eventually go to Mitsurugi Pure, or on the Regenesis stuff, do you stick with it? It kind of had like a Horus feeling, didn't it?
Right, yeah, this ability to just kind of like put your cards in your graveyard and just get full access to them or full value out of them is pretty nice. Yeah, who knows? I think both go really well. I think something in the favor of Pure is that you can play Dominus Impulse pretty seamlessly.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
that card
true.
feels really good this format, so...
Yeah, must be nice. I think as a Regenesis player, I'm like, oh, I don't get any Dominus because there's all the different attributes
I have
there,
too many
so.
attributes, too many
colors.
attributes,
too many different cards. But there's some really good stuff there. There's a lot of cards out there. I mean, think about that first round that we had. The Dragon Ruler match was just insane. If you haven't seen that, please rewind on the VOD. But this is it is a brand new format, but it feels so refreshing. Just new stuff. Is there anything that you're still hoping to see out there that we haven't got to see yet?
Oh, I love me some Heraldic Beasts. I would love to see an Heraldic Beast Ryzeal player or just some fun rank 4 toolbox that goes into the crest cards. That'd be so fun to see.
That's right. Among us, you probably are, like, among the commentators, the biggest Zexal fan.
Zexal is the best anime season. I will debate anyone on that topic and probably win.
Catch this guy high-fiving the sky anytime. I'm not looking for like. But it shows you that, like, there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. You can play some of your old decks. There's a lot of cool new things. But speaking of cool, we do have somebody to talk about.
Yeah, let's go ahead and send it over to Steven to talk to Yassine about his impressive victory.
Thank you very much. I've Yassine here on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win. I got to put you on the spot, though. Before coming up here, you said, oh, this is going to be over in like 10 minutes. I think it took a little longer than that, so what's up with that?
Yeah, maybe just a little longer. My bad. The Regenesis trap card is extremely annoying, and I didn't interact with it really well. I should have destroyed on his turn, even though he can chain to, like, Book of Moon and send cards. I still should have done it because the annoying effect is the one that happens on my turn, and I can't really interact with it because it sends itself for cost, so I can't chain Detonator to destroy it. So that was the misplay. And the second one, I summoned Sword off of Ice. I used the effect, and then I looked at my deck and I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I only have 2 Razor monsters anymore, so do a Drive Cat Search. So yeah, and also, like, I did a bunch of things wrong. The Duo Drive attaching so that Typhon and Twins don't have the same stats, so I can't crash to revive back the Detonator. That was another one of my plays that I wanted to do. Everything went wrong.
It's easier to know after the moment when you're on stage doing it. How many feature matches have you done so far?
This is my first one in North America, and I've only done one in Europe. And yeah, I don't think it's like the pressure of the feature match. It's just like the Regenesis cards are, yeah.
Newer cards, hard to learn. Well, I know that you have a lot of people out there cheering you on. You've helped out a lot of people with Yu-Gi-Oh! So you want to give a shout out to the fans?
Huge shout-outs to everyone who's following and supported me. You guys are the best. And huge shout-outs to everyone who's out there at YCS Providence, Rhode Island today. You guys are the GOATs.
Absolutely. Thank you, Yassine. Congratulations on your win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Really awesome to hear from Yassine there talking about not only how the match went well, but kind of how the match went poorly, how he himself could be a better player moving forward. Always love hearing people talk like that. That's what separates, you know, the best duelists from the even bester duelists who can go, oh, I know how I can adapt moving forward, or I can just like take the lessons even from victories.
I know there's a lot of Seto Kaiba fans out there who are like, yes, I won and I dominated, but it was nice to see Yassine take the humble Yami Yugi approach, like, this could have been worse. I need to do better. And he did a great job, but he'll keep on working on that, so good stuff. But speaking of blasts from the past, right? We have had this Time Wizard tournament stuff going on, and there are some really cool prizes that you can win. So taking a look at this beauty there.
Oh, Reborn Tengu, one of the classics from the Tengu format, 2011, that I know a lot of people love. And it's going to be really exciting to see people taking down public events this weekend, not just taking down the main YCS that we're watching right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do at a YCS, and I'm also looking forward, of course, to the NAWCQ, which is always the biggest hotspot for public events. And if you come here, you can win this prize, but the only way that happens is if you join us for those Time Wizard tournaments.
Oh, 100%. They're always super exciting. I know if I was going to play one right now, I'd be playing April 2010 with 6 Samurais. And I would love going 0-2 in those.
I was a big hero stan. I kept it going. I'm just like, I don't need a Synchro. I could Fusion Summon. I don't need to Xyz Summon. I could Fusion Summon. And eventually I caught on with the rest of the stuff. But it's nice to see that the Time Wizard format gives a home for duelists that, like, they really want to play those old school formats from their best years. Your best year is 2025. You can still use the low cards. So it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep. In this event, not only do we have the Alliance Insight newest set, but we also have events like Time Wizard where you can celebrate the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Well, speaking of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, we got to take a quick break here. We'll be back before you know it. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
See ya.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and I'm at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. Everyone knows there's a main event and trying to get their hands on that ultra-rare YCS prize card, but there's so much more that goes on at our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have public events that go on all weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And one of those public events, one of my favorite, is the Time Wizard. You can spin the wheel, go back in time and play some of your favorite formats from the past. That's right, even like April 2010, for me, it would be October, September 2011, back when I was able to win 2 in a row. And I get that opportunity to play those old formats now
at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series with our Time Wizard public event. That's right, you're able to play on the old Forbidden Limited list for awesome prizes like game mats and even more. So if you're at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, you're going to want to make sure to check out the Time Wizard public events.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is Asala, and we're back here for round number 3 of YCS Providence. YCS time is always my favorite time of the year, and it comes frequently. We just had YCS Houston a month ago, but so much has changed from then till now. Forbidden Limitless, Alliance Insight came out, but some of those decks that were good before Alliance Insight and before the Forbidden Limitless, still viable options in the current meta, and we're going to see some of those here in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the decks that maybe necessarily didn't get a whole lot new, they're still pretty strong, right? It's not like they've been completely wiped out of the format. They're still here. It's just more so how has the Forbidden Limitless impacted them? How has the effects of the other decks, just shifting the meta, where do they stand next to those?
Yep, and how you can line up into the new meta and take your deck that you already like and, face what's going on. But we have so many duelists here this weekend that are competing to win that YCS prize card, that Ultra, another Versalaria, and that beautiful, beautiful trophy. Back when I was winning YCSs, my trophy, they were cool, but nowhere near as cool as they are now with the prize card etched into it and huge. And my trophies are pretty small.
Okay. They stand out nowadays. They have the prize card etched right onto it, so it's really shows what event you won and just the era that it was from.
Yep, definitely really cool. Only one player will walk away with that. I think Kangas might be ready with our round feature. So let's go ahead and toss it over to Kangas, and let's meet our players for our round 3 feature match.
Up first in the blue chair from Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to the Staten Island crew. It's Adam Kruchkow. And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario. He wants to shout out his friends in the Discord server who helped him prepare, Jason Yang. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Now we mentioned that Alliance Insight is out. There's a lot of new decks and new strategies, but also just new cards that came out in general that a lot of decks can use. But we're going to have one deck that you might not have seen for a while, but there's always at least one Sprite player in a lot of tournaments, and Adam has brought Sprite here to the tournaments to compete, and he's going to be taking on Jason from Canada with his Primite Blue Eyes strategy. Structure deck Blue Eyes White Destiny came out and had a huge impact on the meta, and Blue Eyes is a deck that is here to stay. Despite how powerful all the other decks got from Alliance Insight, Blue Eyes is still one of the decks to beat for the weekend.
Absolutely. It's, proved how strong it is throughout feature matches in all the events that we've had so far. Now, I think Sprite, we haven't seen in a long time, mainly because, Rizal is just an upgraded version of Sprite at some point, right?
Or even Regenesis is very similar to Sprite as well, yeah.
So I guess Adam's trying to prove that Sprite, the OG, can still hold it down.
Definitely. It's going to be an epic match between the small level 2 strategy that can utilize gigantic Sprite and taking on the big, fearsome, awesome engine of destruction, Blue Eyes White Dragon.
When I look at Sprite now, I'm thinking of all the different variations that you could have played throughout the years. And I'm looking at Live Twin just got all of its new support, and I don't think Adam's playing any of those cards.
Really? Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I know it doesn't look like he's maxing out on a lot of the Primite cards as well, so we're going to have to see. Looking at his list, it's a very interesting Blue Eyes list with some different ratios on cards that I haven't really seen going into the tournament. But the big thing is those cards from the structure deck. The Maiden of White being able to access True Light, which will get you access to Wishes for Eyes of Blue, which really gets your whole strategy online. It's not about how powerful the deck is. It's about how consistently you can do what it wants to do. And there is actually one new card that did come out that a lot of Blue Eyes players are using, but it looks like he might just have the original Ancient Fairy Dragon in his deck list instead of the brand new one out of Alliance Insight, because the brand new Ancient Fairy Dragon, while it's really useful in its own deck, because there's a bunch of new cards that work with Ancient Fairy Dragon, it allows you to attack, and it can attack in defense mode. So when you're able to use the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon to tribute itself off to special summon the new Ancient Fairy Dragon, it can still attack. So you can attack with the Spirit Dragon, tribute it off, summon that new Ancient Fairy Dragon, and attack while it's in defense mode.
That can help you close out a lot of games. I mean, Blue Eyes not necessarily known for lack of aggression, but being able to close out games faster is always useful.
Definitely the case.
Looks like the players are ready here to go into game number 1.
Yeah, looks like we're just prepared to start the duel. All right, looks like we're starting off with a Swap Frog, discarding a Nimble Angler.
Angler's able to trigger here. Gonna summon out some beavers from the deck.
This is a classic good start. Nimble Angler, one of my favorite cards in the Sprite strategy because, yeah, it's able to access 2 more monsters from the deck.
Looks like Swap Frog is special summoned after the fact to send another copy of Swap Frog from the deck. Surprising. That usually means, I guess, you have Mirror Mage in hand already. And look, yeah, that's what's going to happen. We're going to be normal summoning the Mirror Mage.
Is it Mirror Mage of the Ice Barrier? That's a cool card that they got a while back, but it definitely gave us Sprite more access to...
It's just a more efficient way to summon Totally Awesome. Like, Swap Frog by itself is able to send the Mirror Mage, essentially replace what Ronin Totem used to do. And now there it is, Totally Awesome. We're going to be going into Gigantic Sprite using both of those beavers. Insulated from any effect that stops Gigantic Sprite by having the Toad already set up. This is where we'd miss Sprite Elf though, but we still have access to potentially Double Cross. Okay, so there is a Ghost Ogre on the effect of Gigantic Sprite. Will Flay choose to use the effect of Toad?
Does it look like a Ghost Ogre is coming down? Yep, and followed up by a Bestial Magnamut.
Has to do it now if he wants to be able to summon it all this turn because of the effect of Gigantic Sprite. Or, no, it looks like, oh, Ogre resolved? Interesting. Okay, I assumed Toad would be used there, but it looks like we're just going to be able to... Oh, right. Gigantic Sprite can detach from anywhere. Sometimes I forget about that. He detached from the Toad here. The Mirror Mage is going to be able to add the Freezing Chains because it was sent to the graveyard, and Sprite Jet is able to add the Sprite Starter. And then special summon Sprite Blue from hand.
All right, we're getting electric in here. These level 2 monsters are going to keep coming on the field. As we just saw Regenesis in the last round, once you get the initial monster you need to unlock your strategy, it's going to be a constant flow of electricity here from Sprite as the circuits complete their connection.
I wonder what the Sprite end field looks like now. Obviously, Toad is going to be one of the key parts of it, but now that we're going to go into the sprint, we've already used the effect of Nimble Angler. I wonder what he wants to put in the grave right now. Another copy of Angler. That will get the remaining Nimble Beaver out of the deck. Then we can go ahead and special summon that Sprite Red. And activate the Freezing Chains. Freezing Chains is going to be able to special summon back out that Mirror Mage from the graveyard.
All right, then we're going to see a Link Summon sending those 2 monsters to the graveyard to bring out IP Masquerena.
Okay, classic.
All right, so he's got the Totally Awesome, which can negate anything. Carrot can negate a monster effect.
That is red.
Oh, it is red. Okay.
That is red,
It's been a while.
Yeah. We have 2 sets here. I mean, the biggest threat that Adam can have here is if he has access to that Sprite Double Cross, so he can use that Totally Awesome again with that open arrow that he can find here. But it looks like we're going to be adding, was that Druid Worm off of the Magnamut, or was it, it might have been Barrel Dragon actually.
Didn't quite see what he had, but let's see how Jason's going to navigate this. Has to take on a fearsome board.
Yeah, it's, nothing small here. We have Totally Awesome. We have IP Masquerena, which, threatens SP Little Knight at any point. We have the Sprite Red. Another copy of Ghost Ogre. Jason was very prepared for the mirror match here, but, you know, can be useful against the situation. It looks like we're going to be using the effect of Sprite Red, negating by attributing the Sprint. Not getting maximum value here because he would have been able to negate and destroy, but Ghost Ogre already being in the graveyard. And then Totally Awesome will be able to resolve summon swap proc from the deck here. I mean, I think that was a pretty good trade for Jason. Getting one interaction out of the way with the effect of Ghost Ogre there, which wasn't going to really do much of anything else. I mean, it could have been useful against the IP Masquerena later down in the turn as well, but at least forcing something out here. Hasn't committed any actual resources yet.
Jason really contemplating his options here.
He might want to just go into the battle phase, see if he can... Yep, looks like we're going into the battle phase. Do we see a double cross? Oh, Sprite Starter. Okay, this is going to be able to get... I assume the only thing you'd want in this position is going to be Pixies. Okay, well, Blue can just grab Pixies.
Okay. Oh, yep. Yep. Sprite Pixies, you know, not a sprite that was used too much in the Sprite's heyday, but it's definitely useful when you're trying to protect something by battle, because not only will it boost up the attack of your level 2 monsters, your Link 2s as well. And there it is, the Sprite Pixies.
2s all around, and now the battle phase has been forced, got 0 value here. Magnum is not going to be able to attack into anything.
Yeah, Sprite Pixies works kind of like Honest, so it'll gain the attack, I believe. Cool card. Not one of my favorites, though. I have a lot of favorites.
He's just all right.
He's solid. He's good enough. Good enough to get included in the main 40. All right, so
now we go after the red. It's already used, so not really that big of a concern. We're going to use the Pixies anyway to keep it alive. Might as well, I guess. The Pixie's not going to do much else at this point. All right, Jason still hasn't actually committed any of his resources of the turn. He has his normal summon. He hasn't used any Blue Eyes effects yet. He still has to get through the IP Masquerena as well as the Totally Awesome. We're going to be starting with the normal summon of that Barrel Dragon. Totally Awesome. Looks like it's going to be chained here, getting rid of the swap
Ether Barrel. Yeah, you kept saying Barrel Dragon. I'm like, there's no way he's using Barrel Dragon, but you mean Ether Barrel. Okay. Literally, I was like, I'm not going to contradict you, Asala, but I don't think he's playing Barrel Dragon. And Barrel Dragon's also a machine that you can't add with Magnum.
It's right there. Look at him.
Yes, Ether Barrel. Yes, okay. Probably had another Ether Barrel Dragon, yes. In my head the whole time, I was like, what is he talking about? Barrel Dragon. This is not Bandit Keith. But no, it looks like Adam is, you know, navigating his turn one well enough to at least hold off Jason thus far. But here comes the Maiden of White being discarded to place the True Light face up on the field. Now, True Light can either special summon a Blue Eyes from the hand or the graveyard, or it can set any Blue Eyes spell or trap from your deck.
I wonder if Adam is just going to try to set up Little Knight as early as he can. I mean, at any point, because it's a trap, our True Light can just activate to go ahead and set a Wishes from deck at this from here. So it looks like we're going to be starting with that.
No, you go with Roar.
Interesting.
Maybe there's not a card he wants to discard in his hand, or one of the 2 cards in his hand is already the Wishes. But the cool thing about Roar is it can special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck, and when you summon that Blue Eyes, it'll trigger the Maiden of White to be able to special summon back. But it looks like Adam might be trying to go after that face down Roar before it can be activated by using the IP Masquerena to summon something like SP Little Knight, and then he can just banish that face down card before it can be activated.
Yeah, I assume this is something that Jason considered. So we'll see what he has to follow up.
Yeah, and it being banished is huge too, because the graveyard effect of Roar being able to equip Fusion to your Blue Eyes is huge, because it's an easy way to access Blue Eyes Timer Bridge Dragon, which I think is one of the reasons why Blue Eyes is such a powerful deck, because of that card. But Typhon is going to be the last action here from Jason. He's going to be able to go into it since Adam summoned from his extra deck more than twice per turn. But he's going to chain the SP Little Knight to protect his Totally Awesome SP Little Knight, banish them for the turn. The Sprite will return to the hand.
Extremely favorable trade for Adam there. He essentially loses nothing.
Essentially, yep. And then at the end phase, the Totally Awesome comes back, the SP Little Knight back on the field. Totally Awesome will be able to negate one of those 2 cards that Jason put face down. I don't think he was able to get any Blue Eyes White Dragons into his graveyard, so Majesty won't be as impactful, won't have anything to destroy if that is one of those face down cards that Jason has. But we're going to see a special summon of Sprite Red.
Do we have any way to extend further?
I mean, you could overlay for like Gigantic with SP Knight in red.
You don't really want to do that.
I'd rather not.
Oh,
But,
this is not bad.
Okay,
The
Forbidden
Freezing Chain's
Droplet.
already used everything it needs to. We can go ahead and half and negate the Typhon here. Might just be a battle phase angle.
Oh, no, he's definitely going for Gigantic, yeah. Oh, but you like go into Gigantic, just go battle and attack over maybe, but... Now he has a 3200 Gigantic Sprite. It's not small Sprite, it's Gigantic now, since there is an extra deck monster underneath it as a material.
He's going to stay Gigantic by keeping the material here. We're going to get that Sprite Blue again. Sprite Blue is going to go ahead and likely grab the Sprite Jet. And then I wonder, do you play Gamma Burst here?
Oh, there's no way in 2025 you're playing Sprite, you don't include Gamma Burst in your deck. It is just so much damage so quickly. It was I love that card.
I mean, this could be it right here.
Yeah, it gives all of them 1400 attack, I believe, right?
Yep.
All your level 2s, rank 2s, link 2s, all gain 1400 each, so that's an extra like 6,000 damage on top of what he already has on the field. The Typhon's halved by Forbidden Droplet. Jason's already at 6,200. Adam should be able to clean up pretty easily here. He still has to be cautious of those two face downs that Jason has, but he's going to attack Gigantic Sprite, damage step, activate Sprite, Gamma Burst. So that's going to put Gigantic Sprite to 4,600, attacking over half of 29, so 1,450. But yeah, this is going to be way more than enough, unless Jason has... You'd have to have a card to stop Totally Awesome and Mirror Force face down.
I mean, yeah.
Called by the Grave Mirror Force one time?
I mean, like one of those cards you can expect in a Blue Eyes deck.
Mirror Force?
Sure.
Oh, I had a 50-50 chance on that one. I thought for sure it was going to be the Mirror Force. And Jason's done the math, seen the damage, and is going to go ahead and concede. And Adam's going to take game one against the Primite Blue Eyes deck with his Sprite strategy. Keep in mind, this is round 3. Both these players have won their first 2 rounds. I don't think either of these players received buys. So, like, if you're wondering if this is just like, oh, maybe an off chance Sprite got lucky this game, well, he's already gotten lucky at least 4 other games.
Yeah,
but,
you know, he can continue getting lucky only a few more times before he can make it into that top hit.
Yeah, like a lot of these YCSs, we get to see like, you know, what's going on at the tables, which decks are playing, and not all the decks make it onto the live stream. But Sprite, unironically enough, has been one of those decks that there's always at least like 1 to 2 players where they've been floating around like the X2 or X1 at the end of day 1, like right there on the outside looking in and making the top cut. In fact, I think we even had a Sprite in top cut within the past few months, which is one of my favorite parts about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, your cards never get like old. I mean, you're sure at some points like certain cards will get forbidden or limited, and maybe the deck's not as strong as it once was. But you can still use your favorite strategies that you know tried and true, as long as you find a way to incorporate them into like the current metagame, and you can find picks and ways to still take on the best and newest decks with your tried and true strategies.
Yeah, there's a lot to really pay attention to in Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially, you can never count out a bunch of these old strategies, mainly because they always find an opening, right? Anytime what they do becomes applicable again, you just could shine in a situation like this. I think there's a lot that's kind of working against Sprite. Mainly, I want to say the Molcharmi Perulia. I think any of the Molcharmis can be really hard. I guess Meowth is not that bad, but
yeah, outside of Meowth, but Fualos and Perulia are pretty strong against Sprite.
And those cards are everywhere. We've seen them already a few times here in the feature matches this tournament. But it looks like Adam's been dodging. He was able to dodge him this round, and then we saw just how powerful the deck can be going second because of cards like Gamma Burst.
Yeah, I mean, Sprite, it's not, they can put a lot of monsters on the field really quickly, and then, yeah, on the backs of something like Gamma Burst, it can easily win going second.
And we also just saw how powerful Totally Awesome can be. That card was extremely popular even in just the last format. Now that Bahamut Shark is gone, this is the only deck that can truly efficiently put it out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool to see decks being able to still capitalize on trying to find a way to summon Totally Awesome, you know, the proper way.
Mm-hmm.
You need 2 Aqua monsters.
Ethically, yeah.
Even though I know there are like combo lines in Sprite, I don't think Adam's using it here today, where you go into like Reproducus to turn in one of your beavers into an Aqua so you can overlay with like one other Swap Frog. So there are still ways to cheat out the Totally Awesome in Sprite, but
Normal Summon Swap Frog is pretty efficient.
Yeah.
Like, it gets there.
Swap Frog is still one of the best ways. No Ronin Totem, unfortunately, so not super easy to get the Totally Awesome. But with the Mirror Maiden of the Ice Barrier, there's plenty of ways to still get to that. Totally awesome. And I think it is totally awesome that Adam brought Sprite here to the YCS, and now he can win this next game, and he will moving on with a 3-0 record with Sprite. But Jason gets to go first this time. We're going to see what the Blue Eyes deck does in action. Will he be able to get access to his Primite cards? It does seem like he is using a bit smaller of a Primite engine than a lot of other Blue Eyes players have gone with historically since the release, so maybe that's why he might not access it, but we'll have to see if he's still able to draw that Primite Ether Barrel and find ways to get to Primite Drill Beam. I know I've seen a lot of discussions about Primite Drill Beam since its release in Master Duel. A lot of players kind of like being like, man, this card's really good. May have gotten like overlooked at first when it was first released, but now people really understand it's a quick play. You can play from your hand. Not only does it negate, it banishes, and it's a fantastic card, but we're going to see if Primite Drill Beam is going to make an impact here in game number 2.
I think one of the single most powerful points of interaction that has been printed in a very long time, negating and banishing, is so strong, but I'm glad it's like restricted to, okay, you have to have a vanilla monster in your deck, you have to have a normal monster.
Yeah, it definitely has like a little tougher of a requirement to be able to activate, but and then the fact that it just keeps coming back, right? Like if you just control a Primate monster, you can just reset it onto the field every turn, which is really useful when you're going second, because you're able to use it like proactively to negate something that's trying to slow you down, and then you can reset it and have it as a defensive maneuver during your opponent's turn.
Looks like we're going to be starting game number 2 here. We're going to be leading with Sage, one of the strong starts. No interactions here. This is one of the reasons why Sprite was so strong in its heyday, is how much non-engine it could fit. We don't have any just yet, but I imagine there will be some throughout this turn.
Yeah, definitely. Sage is one you want to stop because you don't want them to have access to Maiden, but there's always a chance they have the Maiden in their hand already, so you can hold back on it. But the next move for Jason is going to discard that Maiden of White to place True Light from the deck face up onto the field. One of the big reasons why Blue Eyes, I mean, obviously they need the wishes for Eyes of Blue, but being able to always be able to access it with Sage, Maiden, so many starter cards to get there, you're able to really get to your strategy online right away, because the Wishes of Eyes of Blue is going to get you 2 cards that mention Blue Eyes. You're going to get like a level 1 Light Monster plus a Spell or Trap that mentions Blue Eyes, but it gets you a card that can special summon Blue Eyes, or if you already have access to it, you can get the Trap card Majesty as
anything
well.
that you need, right?
Yeah,
like,
it just does so much.
All. And look, you were right, he did have a second copy of Maiden to discard for that Wishes. We're going to be adding another copy of Sage, because remember, Sage is not once per turn, it's just whenever it's normal summon. And when he's going to eventually link away that Sage, he's going to be able to add Mausoleum with the Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, so you could just like straight up add Effect Veiler because it's level 1 Light Tuner, but why not get that extra normal summon in, get that extra monster on the field that you can use to either link away for another copy of the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, so you can go into like a Heretic Seal, or you just get access to a level 1 tuner with a Blue Eyes, which of course is going to get you to Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
It looks like he is going for the Roar here. Typically when we see these 2 cards together off of Wishes, I think you're going to be making 2 Synchro monsters here.
Yep, yeah, either 2 Synchros or a Seal plus a Spirit Dragon, but he definitely has all the tools he needs to do some of the most optimal plays here with the Primite Blue Eyes deck. So here comes that Spirit with Eyes of Blue. That'll let him add the Mausoleum of White, as you alluded to, Asala. The cool part about the Mausoleum, too, is the effect to target a monster on the field to send a Blue Eyes to your graveyard is a great way to use the Maiden to get another Blue Eyes or another level 1 tuner onto the field, whichever one you need, because it lets you target the Maiden and trigger the effect.
The deck has a bunch of tricks now, which I think a lot of the previous Blue Eyes strategies I thought were extremely linear. Like if you compare it to Blue Eyes from 2016, it was so heavily reliant on the non-Blue Eyes cards, just like any kind of Reborn spell. But now the deck is just so self-contained. It's able to just do it all very quickly off of like 1 summon.
Yeah, Structure Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny really changed the game for Blue Eyes players out there. But we're going to see him use the Mausoleum of White to target the Spirit with Eyes of Blue to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now he's going to use the Spirit with Eyes of Blue effect to tribute itself to summon back a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard. And now that it's no longer on the field, he's not locked into dragons, so he can bring back that Maiden of White if he so chooses.
It looks like that's what's happening now. Activating the Maiden in the grave. Will this trigger potentially a Bestial? Nope, it looks like it's going to be resolving here. And okay, this is surprising. This is not what I thought was going to happen. We're going to be activating Sage, targeting the Maiden. Maiden is able to use its effect now.
Oh, so he's going to use the Sage from hand to trigger the effect as opposed to the Mausoleum. Interesting. So yeah, we can either summon a Blue Eyes Dragon or the level 1.
I mean, I guess that works, yeah. Like,
so now he's going to have a Blue Eyes Dragon.
Getting both Blue Eyes out of the deck.
Yeah, so he can still normal summon. He still has his extra normal summon, right?
Yeah, if he has another one to use. I wonder, like, if you did it this way, why even search Roar? I guess your play, because you had to get Wishes off of the True Light, you were very weak to Abyssal, so Roar gave you some kind of security against that.
Oh yeah, so Wishes is the one that you can banish to equip from the extra. So he's going to banish the Wishes. Roar is the one you banish from your graveyard to conduct a fusion summon, but you can't use that effect in the same turn. Misspoke there in the last matchup, the last game of this matchup, but it's okay because now he's going to Synchro Summon for Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
He can make Tyrant Dragon here with those if he so chooses. I think he's going to leave it in the extra deck, or is he going to leave both of those on the field? I doubt it, right?
So he's just going to pass here with the Blue Eyes equipped.
Interesting. Okay, I wonder why he wouldn't synchro with that one.
Yeah, because the Neo Blue Eyes in the graveyard gives you targeting protection for your Blue Eyes. Yeah, interesting. But we'll see what he's going to end up doing with this Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
I imagine he's got a plan. Like,
yeah, I'm assuming he at least has Majesty of the White Dragon set, which will let him destroy 2 cards on his opponent's side of the field since he has 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons.
And Sprite, famously not great at dealing with removal. You need those level 2s on the board to be able to continue playing the cards out of your hand. But the strong start here, we're going to be starting with that Swap Frog. It's going to be able to send a level 2 Aqua from the deck. Will Jason have a response to that? Looks like he's considering.
All right, looks like no effect to Swap Frog, or he's chaining Sprite Starter.
Not quite sure why you would. Oh, okay. I think maybe so you're chaining Starter to... well, okay, I was going to say he might put out Sprite Red to negate the Blue Eye Spirit if it opts to negate the card that you send off Swap Frog. But we'll see what happens here. It was, in fact, chained. We see Mirror Mage. Oh, okay. This makes so much sense. Mirror Mage Chainlink 1, Sprite Blue Chainlink 2.
That way the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon can't negate the graveyard effect. Smart stuff. It's kind of chain blocking there.
Adam definitely showing that he knows how to play his Sprite deck. He knows what he needs to do to get his effects through.
The Sprite Blue is going to add Sprite Red.
Once he's able to put red on the field, he's able to protect himself from any of those monster effects. So he probably wants to prioritize putting that down. He's considering his options here, though. Looks like we're just going to overlay with... Oh, no. Okay, looks like we're link summoning.
Maybe trying to go into Sprite Sprint, but the Nimble Angler is not going to be as effective versus the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't summon the red first.
Okay, we're just going to go for... Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, but still, if he had that Sprite Red on the field, he'd be able to negate the Spirit Dragon, negating the True Light effect. Oh, but he has Effect Veiler anyway, so the Nightmare Phoenix, so True Light is going to be safe.
And he gave up the Jet for this? That's kind of expensive.
Yeah, I would expect that he would have another one if that's what he discarded, since he hasn't summoned from his hand quite just yet.
I mean, up to this point, Adam's always had a plan. He's been really meticulous about his play here. So I think he at least accounted for the scenario. We're going to be activating the Freezing Chains now. We're going to be able to summon back that Mirror Mage from the graveyard. See if Jason ever chooses to use the Effect of Spirit here to tag out.
Looks like he's still holding on to it, trying to get that graveyard negation alive still.
I mean, yeah, Sprint is still available. Still not summoning that Sprite Red either. I guess he just knows, he doesn't want to play it into the Majesty that he knows is there. Like, or at least he assumes, you know?
That could be the case. That could be why he's trying to navigate with as few cards as possible while still holding back on his resources. But it's called by the grave. It's not even a Majesty of the White Dragon.
Wow, playing around the Majesty up to this point could be really punishing here. So we'll see what happens. If the Call by the Grave is likely activated on Sprite Jet, just because it hasn't been used this turn. I can't really see what he targets, but I would assume that's the best card here. And it looks like that was Jet. And now you can't attack directly this turn. We're going to be special summoning Sprite Red because you control a Link monster. A Link level 2. Or Link 2, sorry. You know what I mean.
The number 2 is involved. All right, and then here comes the Jet. No effect, so yeah, you can presume that he banished the Jet with Call by the Grave. Assume.
We can go ahead and make Gigantic here.
Does look like what he's thinking about. Nope, it's going to be another Link summon for maybe a Link 3 or a Link 2.
Yeah, we activated Starter this turn, so we are locked into 2s.
Oh, that's right.
We're going to be finally going for that Sprite Sprint. Going to be able to send that Nimble Angler. Sprite Red is online right now, so you can negate the effect of Spirit at any point. But I think this is a good trade here, because he will use the effect of Spirit to try to negate the Angler. Forces you to use, or it doesn't force you to use Red, but you're going to likely use Red. Oh, actually, okay. We're just not going to, we're going to ignore that entirely, because if you did use Red, he could always just chain it to tag out. And now we're prioritizing keeping the Red available to make sure it doesn't tag out into anything that's even more threatening. But now we can send another Angler here. Angler's able to resolve. That'll get you all your Nimble Beavers. Well, not all of them, just 2. And then
that's all you need.
Yeah. I suppose. 2 is enough where you're able to make Gigantic here.
The big thing is that Called by the Grave on the Sprite Jet is huge, because it's going to mean Adam can't access something like Sprite Gamma Burst to really try and finish off the game, or even like attack over these giant monsters, but we'll see if you can find a way to still clear the board.
I mean, Gigantic will be at least bigger than one of them if you overlay with the Sprite Sprint. But it looks like we're not doing that. We're going to be... I wonder what you are going for here. Okay, it looks like we are going for the Gigantic Sprite. What do you think is left in the deck to summon at this point?
I think it's just another monster to have on the field, and then maybe he'll just go into another Gigantic Sprite that can attack over something. I don't know, or he's going to look for another, like, rank 2, like, I don't know, it's been a while, but there's a lot of good ones, like Sky Cavalry, maybe. They're just trying to return the Synchro.
I mean, yeah, you're not even able to go into Zeus anymore, so I wonder what he can do to really stop Jason from just doing everything he wants to on the following turn. I don't even, like, building a wall doesn't really make sense against Blue Eyes.
Yeah, I really think that Called by the Grave was very impactful for this game. Just cutting off Sprite Jet is just huge.
It might, like, prove out to be really insane that he opted to keep the Blue Eyes equipped with the fusion on the field, because he can just make Tyrant into this board and attack everything.
I love Blue Eyes Tyrant Burst Dragon. It is a really good card. And the best part is, like, if you use, like, Imperm when, like, on your opponent's first turn, and then you go into Tyrant Burst, you can reset it when you destroy something by battle. Oh, Sprite Pixies. He does play Sprite Pixies, so that is what he's going to summon off Gigantic Sprite. So that might help him here in the battle phase a little bit.
I mean, he has to prioritize clearing that Blue Eyes that's equipped, I guess. Otherwise, or I guess you just leave the Pixies on field and hope that nothing can clear on the following turn. Yeah, like, I mean, we're seeing the limitations of Sprite right now. Not really anywhere else you can go from here. Little Knight already used. We're going to be overlaying with the Pixies. I mean, that can only be a second Gigantic.
Yeah, it is the only Xyz monster that can utilize a Link as a level 2, but...
No, we're just going to concede. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, so, yeah, it really came down to that Call by the Grave on the Jet being, like, the end-all to be-all for that game, because Sprite Gamma Burst is an easy way to kind of clear the field and force things out, but...
I see what Adam was doing. He was very much respecting the Majesty. He saw that Jason did the line that puts as many Blue Eyes in rotation as he could, so he just assumed that the Majesty was there, wanted to hold back the monsters in his hand and while forcing it out so he can extend further. and he got rid of the second copy of Jet in his hand. He did not expect the worst case scenario it being called by in that position.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think, the game deciding moment. But I mean, Jason opened up pretty strong. The inboard wasn't exactly as like strong as it could have been with the cards that he had in his opening hand, but it seemed to be just enough. But when you're playing against a deck that you like don't expect, like that can like kind of get into your head a little bit. You're like, well, normally I would do this. I'd end on like Seals plus Spirit Dragon. Maybe thought, well, with Sprite, I'd rather have that Blue Eyes as like more of a threat on the field. But that Effect Veiler, the Called by the Grave, really, really came in clutch. But when we're trying to like figure out what Adam was doing, I think Adam was also trying to figure out what Adam was doing. And he's like, there has to be a way. Like I have access to all my cards, but sometimes just big monsters is good enough in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, usually in that situation, what Sprite is trying to do is just wall up, see another turn, have some leftover level 2 monsters to be able to start again. But there will not be any leftover monsters against Blue Eyes as long as Tyrant Dragon can hit the field. Adam will be able to take first in game number 3 here. Really show how Sprite is able to set up multiple interactions. The one thing is, they are all the same type of interaction. They're all just on the field. You can get that extra layer through something like Double Cross or Staggered Starter, where you start in the middle of a turn. That's why, historically, Sprite has been really weak to cards like Dark Rule no more, which aren't popular anymore, for good reason. There's really similar powerful spell cards now that don't cost you essentially your whole battle phase. Like, not really your battle phase, but the ability to do damage. So you want to be able to end the game, so cards like Ultimate Slayer have been more popular, which could be a reason why Sprite has been able to take advantage of this metagame. But I think there are still a lot of cards that can just target down cards on the field and remove their effects. So we'll see what Jason has available to him.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough fight. He did lose game 1 when he had to go second, but now the side decks are involved, so it's not going to be the same exact result that we saw in game number 1. But now they're all side deck getting shuffled up, and we're about to find out, will Sprite be able to take down the meta contending Blue Eyes deck, or will Blue Eyes find a way to bounce back and win the last 2 games here to move on with a 3-0 record?
I wonder if Jason's going to be putting in any Mulcharmies. Some cards I've mentioned multiple times are very, very popular this weekend, but Blue Eyes is typically not a deck that wants to take advantage of those cards because it is trying to establish more of a grindy game, which means you want as many of your cards to be live throughout multiple turns, and the Mulcharmies are more of a turn 1 focus.
That could be the case, yeah. I don't know. I still want to make sure I have Mulcharmies somewhere in my deck, and
which is probably the reason why I wouldn't play Blue Eyes for this tournament, but yeah, like.
All right, all shuffled up and about ready to go.
Players are drawing their hands here. I can only assume that Adam will be starting.
YCS rules having the following rules to sports on the main stage. Penny Wilson is reported on the main stage.
All right, looks like the players are ready to get going. Starting game number 3 here. From the mannerism of the cat, I couldn't tell who was starting at first, but it looks like Adam is going to be normal summoning Beaver. Nimble Beaver will be able to summon another Nimble monster from the deck here.
Usually want to
Angler, right?
Yeah, usually want to get one of your Nimble Anglers. That way, if you use Nimble Angler later on in the turn with Sprite Sprint, you'll be able to special summon your other 2 copies of Nimble Beaver from the deck.
I wonder if you're going to go straight into your Sprint, but it looks like we're just going to be overlaying into Gigantic here. Adam knows that Jason does play Ghost Ogre, so that could be really strong here, but looks like it's going to be resolving immediately, able to detach that Nimble Angler. Going to be able to summon Sprite Blue from the deck. Blue is able to trigger.
All right, 1 spark starts it all, and now Sprite Blue will let him add Sprite Jet.
At least he's eyeing it.
Freeze play. YCS rules that is time around.
Oh, he's considering some options here. Looks like he's going for Sprite Carrot. Okay. Really cares about potentially infinite impermanence in this position with the remaining cards in his hand. Carrot's going to hit the field. It's going to be linking away the Gigantic as well as the blue. I can only imagine Sprint. Sprint hits the field. Sprint's effect. Going to be sending that other copy of Angler that we've seen in his deck.
No infinite impermanence here to force out the Sprite Carrot. Now Nimble Angler will summon 2 more copies of Nimble Beaver.
I mean, this is where the deck really misses Sprite Elf.
Oh, yes. I don't miss Sprite Elf.
Oh, yeah, it's for good reason that she's not here. Okay, just a little IP Masquerena. Nothing. This isn't overwhelming, you know? A Spell and Trap Negate as well as an IP Masquerena, not crazy. But we can only assume the sets are powerful as well as like some remaining cards in. Sprite usually empties its hand, so if there's anything left in it, going to be some form of interaction.
Yeah, some defensive options on top of what he has here on the field could be enough, but we'll see what Jason opens up with. We haven't seen any of the Primite cards, really. I mean, we saw Ether Barrel just a little bit in game number 1, but...
Going to be leading with the Mausoleum here. I mean, it looks like a lot of spells and traps in hand into a Sprite Carrot, so...
So he's going to start with the Mausoleum because that's going to give him an additional normal summon for a level 1 light monster. So Sage with Eyes of Blue is going to come down as his extra normal summon.
That's a great one. Wanted to see if he could force out the Carrot early on, but looks like nothing is going to be used from Adam just yet. Will there be an infinite impermanence on the Sage? Well, you can't think too long. That looks like it will be resolving here. Oh, no, he's still thinking. Okay, no, okay. It looks like it has resolved now. Gonna be able to grab that Maiden. And then a Drone Lockbird is activated.
All right, not too bad. That'll help him like stop Wishes with Eyes of Blue from resolving. Maiden of White will still be able to get True Light onto the field since it places it, but will not be able to get cards that are as strong. And it looks like he has the Lordly Load in his hand too, but
he has a lot of search cards in his hand right now.
Yeah,
but the Maiden is good enough, right? Getting access to True Light will get you access to Roar, and that's really all you need. But you also just have access to Mausoleum and Sage already on the field. So you just have to deal with the potential SP Little Knight that's going to come down.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure he times this IP Masquerena perfectly so it doesn't get out of control. As you mentioned, True Light's a trap, so if he were just to go into SP Little Knight to try and go after the True Light, he would just be able to chain it. So instead he needs to wait until the True Light's been used and then SP Little Knight, the card that it gets, whether it be a Blue Eyes or a Roar.
And we still haven't used Carrot yet either. Carrot being able to potentially negate and destroy True Light could be huge.
True.
Haven't used either of the sets yet either. I mean, the way he was thinking, you can kind of assume one of them would be Infinite Impermanence. Okay, looks like we're going to be activating IP Masquerena here.
Gonna link away the Sprend with itself to summon SP Little Knight. Let's see if he banishes the True Light or the Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
I think you just go for the Spirit here.
I think so too, just because he's under Droll, so True Light can only summon a Blue Eyes from the hand or graveyard. Doesn't have one in his graveyard, so he'd have to have one from hand. It can get access to Roar.
Okay, I went for the Mausoleum. Because, okay, so that way he couldn't even send the Blue Eyes. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. And now he's locked into Dragons for what it's worth. And we're activating the True Light, so he's going to be activating the effect of Sprite Carrot to negate and destroy. True Light's going to be able to trigger in the graveyard to destroy the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. All interactions that are known from Adam used now, but still under that Drone Lockbird.
Yeah, but if he has the Lordly Load, he'll still be able to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon. At least it will stop him from activating any effects from the extra deck, but he'll at least be able to get monsters onto the field. Oh, but nope, just decides to set the cards instead. It was a Primite Lordly Load, right?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
I think he's just...
Because you can just activate it and call Blue Eyes White Dragon and summon one.
Yeah,
right?
which will still let you summon the Maiden from the graveyard, which I think that's part missing. Like,
yeah.
it only negates the effects on the field, I believe. Or, like, it says you can't activate them, rather.
Yeah. So, interesting choice here, but now he's only has a...
I think it's something he needed to do, because one of the other sets was Majesty.
Oh, yeah, Majesty without a Blue Eyes isn't much.
I'm pretty sure the hand was Lord, Majesty, Wishes, and I didn't see the last one. But it's a little rough here now if this is the position that you're in. But at the least, there isn't actually anything going on for Adam. It's just a Sprite Carrot until we summon Mirror Mage.
And that's the cool thing about Sprite. You can have very few cards, but if you can access something like Gigantic Sprite, you can get your whole engine online again and start summoning all those level 2s to the field.
It looks like Mirror Mage did not have an effect there, so you kind of assume the Freezing Chains is in the hand, probably one of the sets here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine he sided it out.
Going first? I doubt it.
I highly doubt it. All right, we're going to overlay these two monsters for what I'd imagine to be Gigantic Sprite. Yep. Not Gigantic this time, just regular.
He's a Sprite.
Regular Sprite.
Skill Drain.
Ooh, didn't see that one. The one we didn't know, that's a big one. You don't detach his cost. This keeps the Mirror Maiden underneath the Gigantic Sprite, so he won't be able to summon it back.
You tried, Adam. You tried.
With the, yeah, it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Skill Drain. If you thought Blue Eyes was an old card, so is Skill Drain. Pay 1,000. Now we're on equal playing field. Now it makes even more like sense if he had that Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field from the Lordly Load from last turn.
I think he just tunneled a little bit as to what Lordly Load actually does for him. Yeah.
Or he decided he could have made the decision that he didn't need the Blue Eyes on the field, but really wanted to access Primite Drill Beam, so he doesn't want to activate Lordly Load until he can get that additional effect to add.
That could work, yeah, just having access to the Ether Barrel. All right, well, we made it to the next turn. I mean, if he was planning on flipping up the Skill Drain anyway, then let's see.
Will Skill Drain be enough to balance the tables for Blue Eyes to come back? Wishes, discard, draw.
Gonna start off with the Wishes here. I feel like if what you expected to happen, he would start off with the Lord getting access to the Drill Beam, and then you can see what happens from there.
Maybe it's not Lordly Load. Maybe my eyes deceive me.
You know, yeah, maybe we were just both wrong. I could have sworn, because I saw the Wishes for sure. The only card I didn't see was the Skill Drain. But I assume the other two sets are Majesty and Lordly Load, but we will see.
Adds a Maiden of White and Roar.
Lifts up the Lordly Load.
Okay, there it is. Maybe there's a chance you can't activate Lordly Load? Is the adding optional? So you can't activate it if you're under Draw and Lockbird? That could be the case.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is it mandatory to add? That could always be the case, yeah.
But either way, Jason knew what he was doing because he had that Skill Drain. He had no reason to be worried. I think it is mandatory.
Yep, it is mandatory.
Okay, so that was the case. He couldn't add under draw, so he couldn't activate the Lordly Load, even just to do the other effect.
That's on us, yeah. He would have if he could.
All right, but now the Roar is going to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. And now he is going to special summon. Oh, he's using...
Use Roar and then use Lordly Load.
Oh, this is Lordly Load. So he declared Blue Eyes White Dragon for Lordly Load. We don't have player audio for this, so we're just kind of doing the best we can.
We're going to be activating Majesty. Going to be able to clean up the field here.
Going to go after the two face downs.
It was Daruma Cannon and Droplet. Okay. Very interesting. Alright, going to be activating the effect of Wishes in the graveyard now. Going to equip one of those fusions onto Blue Eyes here. And then we're going to be contact fusing with that Blue Eyes into Tyrant. Won't be able to activate its effects here, so we're not going to be able to reset the Majesty.
Even though it is unaffected by trap cards, Skill Drain already on the field before the Tyrant Burst is summoned.
The Lordly Load mainly, right?
On that too.
Yeah.
But it's still a very big monster, 3,400 attack, even if it has no effect.
Bigger than how a Gigantic Sprite can get. We're going to be activating Maiden here.
Going to be able to place that True Light from the graveyard back onto the field.
Just a clean little swing here, and now, I mean, big monster Skill Drain with True Light and Lord. This game is pretty much over.
Yeah, it looks like on the backs of Skill Drain, Jason might be able to clean things up and win the back two with Primite Blue Eyes.
Oh, that's right. Mirage only searches when it's sent to the graveyard. So Mirage is able to trigger here, add the freezing chains. Going to be able to synchro summon into the spirit. And then we're drawing for turn. And I mean, Adam has to find a way out, but there is none. Oh, and Jason takes the game here with his Primite Blue Eyes deck.
That was a good match. I mean, we got to see Adam do Sprite things. He was able to at least win game number 1 with Sprite, but Jason showing in the end the Blue Eyes deck is just too much. And Droll and Lockbird actually just an incredible card against the Primite Blue Eyes deck if you hit them at the right time, especially now that we know that Lorely Load is a mandatory to add.
I think deep down I knew that before, but I tunneled onto like trying to get the Majesty Live in my head too.
Yeah, but
that's definitely
okay.
come up before.
Oh yeah, but that's okay. Jason knew how it worked and he played it well. And I mean, Skill Drain is that one, but he was smart enough to, I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't main deck it, but there is always a chance it isn't his main deck, but he was smart enough to side in Skill Drain while he was going second there in game number 3.
I mean, one of the most powerful, like if you're talking about continuous traps that can play into a field, Skill Drain is one of the best ones. You can force a lot of things out. Playing into, especially a board like Sprite, where they're all mainly just kind of weenies, but they have powerful effects. Skill Drain will really just clean it up here.
Yeah, it really was like the turning point of that game, because if that once we said like, yeah, it looks like Sprite doesn't have a lot going on. They only have like a couple monsters, but once that gigantic Sprite summons a Sprite Blue, which gets you a Sprite Jet, which gives you a Sprite Starter, which summons another monster, which gives you a Sprite Sprint, which sends an Angler, which summons 2 Beavers, and all of a sudden there's just level 2 monsters everywhere. You know, you're kind of like,
it can get crazy, but I think what we really saw here demonstrated in game number 3 is that lack of really powerful interruption. It's really generic. We have the IP Masquerena. We have just some forms of interruption that are like useful enough, but without access to Totally Awesome, it wasn't doing enough to actually stop the like more modern decks like Primite Blue Eyes. We have access to Droll and Lockbird into the field. He didn't get to use the Drumming Cannon or the Droplet, but he did have access to them, and then it just wasn't strong enough to deal with the big monsters that Primite Blue Eyes was just able to put up, and he was able to just amass advantage over multiple turns, which is what Primite Blue Eyes is just the best at.
Yeah, I mean, and his hand there in game number 3 was really solid. Like Maiden of White, Sage, he even had like the trap card already just to be able to establish himself once he was able to get things going. And like if you're getting Droll and Lockbird where you can't use any of your cards, those are the cards you want to have in that situation, especially something like Skill Drain to really balance it out, to be like, okay, I'm not going to be able to add, but you probably won't be able to finish me off because we have no monster effects. And once there's no monster effects, it's like every card is on even playing ground with Blue Eyes White Dragon. Like,
absolutely.
I don't have a monster effect, neither do you, but now how are you going to deal with this awesome engine of destruction? Few have faced it and lived to tell the tale. At least that's what I hear.
And another one down. That won't be telling the tale anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. But he is also one. It is Swiss, so maybe we'll be able to see Sprite make a comeback. You can get a couple of losses, but I think Kangas is standing by with our Blue Eyes White Dragon winner, so I'll go ahead and toss it to you. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I have Jason on stage with me. Congratulations on your feature match victory, Jason, with the Blue Eyes Primite deck. Talk to me about why you wanted to play that deck, because I feel like it was very popular. New set comes out. Unsure how many people would be playing it.
Yeah, so the fear with Blue Eyes is that we got a recent ban list, right? And that hit the top decks of Malice and Rizio, so Blue Eyes can kind of sneak in there. And I know that Malice has new support, so I specifically tech my deck to prepare for that, but I still think Blue Eyes is pretty good on a competitive standpoint here.
How'd you feel about the Sprite matchup? Did you expect that one? Did you have any techs for that?
I was definitely surprised, and I drew cards that did nothing against Sprite, so that was fun.
Well, you were able to pick up the win, but I want to talk about the stress of being in the feature match. Did you feel additional pressure knowing that the camera was on you, knowing eyes were on you?
Not really. I was just focused on the match all day, trying to keep my head cool and play as well as I can.
All right, cool, calm, collected. I like to hear, Jason. Any shout-outs that you want to give to anybody at home who might be watching?
Yeah, so shout out to my boys on Toxic Fable Discord. This was for you.
All right, thank you very much for the game. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Great to hear from our winner there, Jason, with his Blue Eyes deck. Moving on 3-0. It's going to be interesting to see how many Blue Eyes or Primite Blue Eyes decks make it into that top cut.
It's going to be difficult. It's a really difficult road right now, especially playing into the Malice matchup, which has historically been one of the more difficult ones in the meta. So we'll have to see if he's able to hold out. But, 3-0, a strong start.
Definitely can't complain. Probably the best start you can have to a tournament through 3 rounds. But before we go, let's talk about something awesome that is going on right now. And that's right, it's going to be the new Win-A-Mat game mat that you can win. It's going to feature Atlantean/Fire King. Beautiful artworks from both these themes. They've been like kind of 2 themes that have been going at it for years. And now you can get that beautiful artwork of the new cards on an awesome game mat, and this is only available at YCS public events. So if you're at a YCS and you're done with the main event, or maybe you don't even want to play in the main event, you just want to hang out and play some public events, this is going to be something you can win. It's a beautiful game mat, so if you're going to a YCS anytime soon, make sure you get your hands on this beautiful game mat. But I'm Billy, this is Asala. We're going to be back a little bit later. We have so much more action, so much more to do, so many more rounds, 6 more rounds today, 2 more Swiss rounds in the morning, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, and then the finals. Lots of exciting stuff. It's going to be time to duel all weekend long. So if you want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh!, stay with us, and we're going to have more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some cool stuff for you. Stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? Kangas at YCS Providence on the floor. I got some cards I brought with me for my collection. Let's see who can guess them before you do. All right, I got Lucas here. You got 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
No.
Is it an equip spell?
No.
Field spell?
No.
Ritual spell?
Nope. I think there's one left.
Continuous spell?
There. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome. Can it be used to add a card from deck to hand?
No.
Can it be used to add a card from grave or banish to hand?
No. It can't do much.
Can it increase it or decrease attack points?
No.
Is it any sort of meta relevant in the last couple of years?
I would say no.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this card. I'm so sorry.
No, you keep going. You got this. Think time periods.
Time period. Was this in the last 5 years?
No.
10 years?
No.
15?
No.
I'm cooked.
We like to give you the hardest ones, Lucas.
That's not fair. I'm gonna cry.
5 seconds.
I don't know. Wetland.
Is there a message you want to give your fans?
I love you.
Well, here's my message. Spirit message I, everybody. There we go. Was anybody able to get it? Maybe? All right, I have Charles here. Charles, you have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
All right. Can I get any hints?
No.
Please?
It's hard. None of your friends believed in you. That's your hint.
Can I get a color of the card?
Yes or no questions?
Is the card a monster?
No.
Is the card a magic card?
Yes. Spell card, Charles. Technically it is a magic card, but it's a spell card.
Monster Reborn?
No.
Dang. All right. Graceful Charity?
No.
Dark Hole?
No.
Brand Fusion?
No.
Red Ice Fusion?
No. Just going right into the individual cards. All right, think about what type of spell it is.
Quick play?
No.
Equip?
No.
Field?
No.
Counter?
Counter spell? Charles. 10 seconds. Come on, Charles, we're all rooting for you.
I don't know. Mystic?
No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? We're 0 for 2 right now.
No.
All right, well, thanks for playing, Charles. All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, so is it a spell?
No.
Monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No, okay. Is it a Link 4?
No.
3?
No.
2?
No.
1?
Yes.
Oh my god, okay. Is it
rapid fire?
light attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire?
Yes.
Link 1. Cybers?
No.
Link 1, Cybers. Oh my god. Fire Link 1 Cybers. Warrior.
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast Warrior.
No.
Fire Link 1 not Cybers. Fire Link 1. Is the attack under or over 1,000?
Yes or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000. Oh.
I'll give you one hint before you have to guess. Support's coming out.
Monster Reborn.
No.
Dang. All right. Graceful Charity.
No.
Dark Hole.
No.
Brand Diffusion.
No.
Red Ice Fusion.
No. Just going right into the individual cards. All right, think about what type of spell it is.
Quick Play.
No.
Equip.
No.
Field.
No.
Counter.
Counter spell? Charles. 10 seconds. Come on, Charles, we're all rooting for you.
I don't know. Mystic.
No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? We're 0 for 2 right now.
No.
All right, well, thanks for playing, Charles. All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Okay, so is it a spell?
No.
Monster.
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No. Okay. Is it a Link 4?
No.
3?
No.
2?
No.
1?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay. Is it
Rapid fire.
light attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire.
Yes.
Fire Link 1. Cybers.
No.
Fire Link 1 Cybers. Oh my god. Fire Link 1 Cybers. Warrior?
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast Warrior?
No.
Fire Link 1 not Cybers? Fire Link 1. Is the attack under or over 1,000?
Yes or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000.
I'll give you one hint before you have to guess. Support's coming out soon.
Support's coming out. Is it Rock of the Vanquisher?
Sky Striker Ace Kagari. There we go. Do you think anybody in chat got that?
100%.
All right. Thanks for playing, Rayon.
Thanks.
All right, we have Stason here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Oh, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a fire?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Earth?
No.
Dark?
No.
Is it level 4?
No. You're switching up the questions on me, Stason.
I am. Is it water?
No.
There's 2 left. It ain't no divine, I know that. Wind?
Yes.
Level 4?
No.
Level 2?
No.
3?
No.
5?
No.
1?
No.
I'm so bad at this.
You're bouncing around it quite well.
I am. 7?
Yes. 15 seconds.
Dragon?
No.
Cybers?
No. 5 seconds.
Dang.
Last guess.
I'll say it was level 7, Earth.
Wind.
Wind.
Come on, chat. Let's power them up together.
Chat, help me out. Help me out. Dang, I have no clue. Wow.
It's Kashtira Unicorn.
I should have guessed that, you know?
This card's really good right now.
It is
Yeah.
insane right now.
Are you playing it?
I am not this weekend, but I love that card a lot, though.
All right. Shout out to everybody who got it. Thanks for playing, man.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, I have Kevin here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell card?
Yes.
Normal spell?
No.
Quick play spell?
Yes.
Was it released after 2020?
No.
Was it, oh God, before 2010?
Yes.
Was it released within the first 5 sets?
No.
No.
Very specific questions, though. This is good.
Was it released before 2010?
Yes.
Does it?
I'll give you a hint. It's still played today.
Does it remove cards? Does it destroy cards on the field?
No.
Does it remove cards from the field?
No. 10 seconds.
It's a quick play. Oh God, still play today after the first 5 sets.
Come on, your friend. Let's cheer him on. Your friends believed in you.
Oh boy. Quick play spell, you said?
Quick play. You got time for one guess. What do you think the card is?
Still play today. Book of Moon?
You got it! Right at the end! Let's go! Congratulations, man. All right, I'm live here with Mitch, and you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Karibo.
No.
Wait, can I ask you any questions?
Any yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an exceed?
Yes.
Is it a exceed rank 1?
No.
Rank 2?
No.
Rank 3?
No.
Rank 4?
Yes.
Gaga Cowboy?
No.
Utopia?
No.
Does it have Utopia in the name?
No. That actually eliminates a lot of cards.
King of the Fair Olymps?
No.
Does it search for cards?
No. 20 seconds.
Does it negate effects?
Yes.
Negate effect. Is it number 106 Giant Hand?
No. You had the number down, though.
Is it a number?
Yes.
That negates cards as a rank 4. Does it
5
require
seconds.
2 monsters?
Yes. Last guess. You got to get it here.
Oh.
Chat, can he do it?
A rank 4 number. Is it 2?
Mitch, how much energy you got right now?
I took a red-eye flight. I'm really tired, honestly.
Pretty tired? Well, I think you match with this guy. We got the terribly tired Tapir, everybody. We got Baguska.
Oh my God.
Thanks for playing, Mitch. That was
Just
awesome.
like me, for real.
Hopefully you get some more rest before the
All
weekend.
right, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Welcome back, Duel fans. It is a beautiful afternoon here in YCS Providence. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are here hoping to bring you guys round 4 of this great event.
And I can't believe it's already round 4. It's been a blistering pace, seeing some really phenomenal duels, crazy decks. I can't believe the Sprite deck we got to see last round. But let's forget about last round for a moment because we've got to round ourselves right now. Go ahead and send to the stage and hear from Steven for the duels introductions.
For our 4th round feature match in the blue chair from Nashville, North Carolina. He works in construction, hoping to construct a win today. It's Dean Arbuckle. And his opponent today in the red chair from Teaneck, New Jersey, a competitive chess player, soccer player, and track star, Avery Stacks. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you as always, Steve Kangas. It's great to see both these players in rare form. We got Avery piloting Beansmith Dinosaur? I guess we can call it, and Dean piloting Malice, a deck after my own heart.
Malice certainly is the talk of the town. Got some great new cards, obviously, with the Malice P. March hair, but dinosaurs haven't gotten nearly as much support in recent affairs, so it's going to be weird to just see dinosaurs doing dinosaur stuff, but both duelists are undefeated so far, so obviously that deck has something going on.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most interesting matches we have for you guys today. We have the deck that everyone's afraid of, everyone's been talking about. Alliance and Insight is essentially the Malice set, even though there's only 3 or 4 Cybers cards in the whole entire set. And then we have Beansmith Dinosaur, which I don't think it was on anyone's bingo card this weekend.
I guess not, but for whatever reason, we've taken that DNA test here for Stacks, and turns out it's 100% Dino DNA because he's gone really far in the tournament. Obviously, there's still a certain flow to the deck that we'll have to see, but wow. It just shows you it's really true what we say. Anything can make it this far in the event, and it'll be exciting to see how this works.
Yeah, and I bet you the dinosaur combos, I'm not as familiar with them right now, but I'm sure there's plenty of ways to get extra bodies in play, and everyone knows if you have extra bodies, you can make Moon of the Closed Heaven. If you can make Moon of the Closed Heaven, you can make Beansmith combos.
Certainly can, and we have had plenty of formats where the dinosaur cards have been very strong, and historically they haven't had too many hits on the Forbidden Limited list other than Miscellaneousaurus, so they've usually got that full package. Right now, Miscellaneousaurus, you've got full access to it. But again, I just will have to see it. I don't know where this is going, but I'm here for it.
I'm sure everyone at home is waiting to type, our opponent has not read Misk, when they try to grab it and read it. That'll be a fun, legendary moment for the chat, I'm sure, if that happens.
We promise we will read Miscellaneousaurus for you word by word. But jokes aside, obviously Malice is a top contender here at the tournament, and so, being able to get this far, Dean is certainly a good pilot of it. But it's going to be an interesting series of interactions because, Malice does a lot of banishing. Some dinosaurs appreciate being banished. Some dinosaurs can work with that. So I'm just stunned. Me flabbergasted, who would have thought? But it does show you there's a lot of different stuff out there. We have seen some dinosaur decks out there. There are some newer ones too, like Ryuge dinosaurs are floating out in the tournament as well. So lots of different players. We've got over 1,400 here just rocking out whatever it is they feel like. And it's nice. This is a cool format where there isn't really a one clear favorite. There's a lot of different stuff out there.
Yeah, and just so many things that can work too, we've had powerful dinosaur decks ever since that amazing structure deck with UCD came out all those years ago. And it's kind of a flexible archetype, only the really newer dinosaur cards like Xeno and stuff lock you into dinosaurs. So I'm sure it'll be really fun to see how Avery sort of blends everything together in this match. Because like you said, it can work. It has worked. That's why he's here in round 4 undefeated. So let's see what we can do.
Absolutely. And it'll be good to see Malice. We actually haven't had a Malice duel on stream. I think for the main feature match, it'll be nice to be able to showcase what everyone's excited about because some people are like, man, no Malice duelists are in the tournament. No, trust me, fam, Malice duelists are in the tournament. But we haven't gotten a chance to showcase what makes this deck so unusually strong, so it'll be neat to see these Cybers sort of crash against, right, Cybers being very new, internet savvy, against dinosaurs, very old and ancient. Speaking of that clash, it is game 1 here at round 4 at YCS Providence.
All right, looks like we have both players eyeing each other out, set up, ready to go. I don't think we've decided who's going first quite yet, but there is the dice roll.
We could do high roll. I'll go first.
Looks like we got Dean rolling, Avery rolling first here, getting a 5. Not the best start. I believe they're rolling for high. At 6, just good enough.
That'll get it.
I'll take first.
All right, and Dean has chosen first, which means Malice is going first. That could be pretty huge there for sure.
Certainly can. So I'm really excited to see this. Please show me what these dinosaurs do.
I'll do my best to quiet my salivating as I see the beautiful Malice combos before us.
Stand by? Yes. And main here.
I see a name there, as well as maybe backup Adagnister in Dean's hand, which could be a really fun way to start off here. But ooh, we see the honorary Malice Extender spell card, Allure of Darkness.
And what an amazing ultimate rare that is, just like the circles upon circles. But looks like it's good. Gonna go ahead and draw 2 cards. Banish a dark monster here. Looks like we're adding Droll and Lockbird. And Droll and Lockbird in the hand. Oof. But we are going to go ahead and banish that Malice P Chessy Cat.
Which is essentially just another monster on the field.
And another Allure of Darkness, technically.
And again, a huge shout out to our production team here. Malice, your life points are going to be going everywhere during this matchup, so be ready for that.
All right, so gearing up, giving our duelists just a moment to write down. You do have to keep track of the life points on paper.
And this is sort of the first inflection point for a lot of Malice matchups where your opponent is like, do they activate Chessy Cat? Do they not? If they do I stop it? Do I wait for the thing that comes out?
I will link Chessy Cat away.
Ooh, no declaration of Chessy Cat, meaning there is no Malice name in Dean's hand. Trust me when I say if he had one, he would have used it.
Summon?
So we're going to Legal Rebo, but in response on Summon, we are going to go ahead and pitch the Molcharmi Purulia.
Really heads-up play
Or
there.
Fualo, excuse me.
Yeah, Molcharmi Fualo, very heads-up play there from Avery, waiting until stuff was committed, because Malice is definitely one of those decks where, if you shotgun the Fualos, they can just go make Heart Scriptor, set a bunch of back row, and say, your turn, and they still have plenty of ways to interact.
Speaking of interacting, we're going to go ahead and reveal the backup Adagnister there, the sort of spiritual successor of backup secretary, but this is more than just a free Cyber Spotter.
Yeah, so because Dean controls a Cyberse Link monster, he's able to summon it from his hand, and then on summon he can search for a Dark Cyberse monster, add to his hand, then discard at resolution.
Be very powerful to go ahead and set up an additional Malice play if he happens to get access to the Malice March Hare. Now, it is a little odd, the hand having 2 Droll and Lockbirds that could slow the duel's tempo down, but it's not going to speed things up for Dean right this moment.
And he can always discard one using the Secretary as well to have that redundancy kind of taken care of. Just debating here between getting the Wizard. He is going to choose to get Wizard Adagnister, another new card from Alliance Insight. This card essentially reborns under the Cyberse from the graveyard and can change battle positions of your opponent's monsters, which is pretty cool. Yep, and there we see that second Droll and Lockbird getting discarded. Dean's like, I got plenty of these. We don't need any more birds.
But that's so cool because now from Avery's perspective, he thinks, oh, he doesn't have a Droll and Lockbird because he discarded it. Well, maybe that redundancy actually is going to pay off.
Yeah, I often think of playing against Malice, it's like playing against a poker player, I have to take everything they do as a point of inflection for information because their hand can be so powerful. It's either full of extenders, not engine, or more engine. And all those options are scary, but it really affects my way of playing if I'm on Avery's side.
Well, let's see what Dean does next. He goes ahead and performs the Link 2. We're going into appears to be Splash Mage.
That's normally how the newer Malice combos kind of start off because it just allows you to get quickly into your Red Ransom, which can get you things like Malice in the Mirror access, which is really awesome.
Oh, and there's the Droll and Lockbird, so that'll definitely help. We're going to go and burn that now, which means this turn I think is going to be pretty active.
Oh, very heads-up play there from Dean, using the Droll and Lockbird to stop these Fualos draws, so that way he can just full combo and not have to worry about anything because he doesn't really need to add cards to his hand anymore. Yeah, he loses access to Red Ransom, but who cares?
Feeling pretty good on that end as the Malice P Chessy Cat returns to the field. So all the materials you need for a Link 3.
This could be a good white binder play if he plays things like TB11, which he might not. Some Mouse players don't choose to do that. It's always going to be, I think, pretty telling here what he goes for.
What a weird format we're in where there are so many choices for the Malice deck that they can even start dropping what was critically seen as some of their most important trap cards.
Yep, so there we see the Red Ransom. It will not get its effect on Summon because of the Droll and Lockbird, but it still has the effect to banish stuff from the deck. If it gets banished, and there we see Gold Sarcophagus.
Oh, wow.
Yet another Malice Gold Sarcophagus card played here from the opponent.
So there's the Dormouse getting banished there, about to hear those life point chimes once again, minus 300 to have Dormouse appear back on the field.
This could be a really good gambit for Dean here to go for something like add Dormouse, use Dormouse's effect to banish the brand new March Hare. March Hare adds up the hand, and then link these two off. Then use March Hare to banish the Red Ransom and get access to all your bodies that way.
That is what makes March Hare such an unusual card, right? Some cards would say other than itself, not so with March Hare, but it looks like instead we're going to take a U-turn here and grab the Malice P White Rabbit, get a little bit of additional advantage.
Yeah, we want to get access to the trap cards, I feel like, if we're Dean here, just to get that awesome grind game in rotation, because if Avery does have extra ways to stop us, this just feels like the most insulatory plays you could go for.
What does this affect for Red Rabbit?
To set one Malice trap from
so White Binder's effect on summon will let it set from the deck. I believe we took in a total of 900 life points of damage to go to 7,100 here.
Avery been playing his hand pretty close to the chest, so I can't see if there's like a Nibiru the Primal Being or something in his hand, but seems to just be staring down material after material as Dean sets things up.
Yeah, so I think what Dean's probably going to try to do is like weave in Whitebinder as soon as possible to try to play around the potential of a card like Nibiru. But because we have GWC access, we're kind of always safe from Nibiru, so I think he's like chill to play through it, but it's all a timing thing, and it can be really tough to tell.
We will activate GWC06.
Well, time to find out as we use GWC06. Let's go ahead and banish. And who are we grabbing from the grave?
We're going to get the Chessy Cat, I believe. Yep, just putting that back.
Cheesy Cat here.
And then we're going to use Red Ransom on a new chain, pay 900, and then banish the last name out of the deck that we haven't seen yet. It's only fitting that we haven't seen the newest one last. It's going to be March Hare. Malice P. March Hare, to be specific.
Slowly but surely just crawling through this field, but showing how resilient this deck still is, even though the Forbidden Limited list did change things just a little bit for it. Don't cry for Malice. I think it's doing just fine as Malice P. March Hare finally hits the tournament tables, banished. And let's pay 300 to grab it back to the hand.
Dean might have gotten his hands on this card yesterday, but he's playing it like an absolute master. You can tell he was ready for this card to come out.
You're good to summon?
It doesn't actually summon it. Adds to hand.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a brand new card, and that's what's really interesting about March Hare. It's got a sort of bestial flavor to it, being able to banish those Malice names from the graveyard. As a quick effect, too, which is insane.
Yeah, for the longest time, Malice has had like a really big problem of drawing too many names, but now having an in-archetype bestial, essentially, you can really utilize all those names because Malice P. March Hare can banish from the graveyard or from the hand, which is just amazing.
We'll go.
All of a sudden, you don't get like clumpy hands anymore. You're able to just sort of like dislodge it, I guess? Yeah, dislodge it with that Malice P. March Hare. But speaking of which, I think we are going to go ahead and link summon here. Just choose the material. It's going to be all three of our main deck monsters.
This is feeling like a Whitebinder play to me, just so we can have that GWC access during Avery's turn.
Took a quick look at the allied code talker there.
I don't think he can summon that with a Link 3. He would need to get rid of the Red Ransom 2, but that could be what he's trying to end on, and he's trying to think to himself, how can I get there?
Yep.
I will think on Whitebinder.
Whitebinder is in play now.
We've used all of our names, so unless we really want the Fuelos to be banished or we want like really good access for Hard Scripter later on, there's really no need to necessarily banish right now. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll wait to use my Whitebinder banish until after I summon it back, using its own effect. But Dean might not be doing that for the rest of this game.
Now, there may be some sense into getting rid of the backup Ad Ignister there because maybe you just don't want to call by the grave to hit you later, right? If it's not in the graveyard, it's not eligible for being called by.
100%.
Yes.
Yep, so now we're going to use the Ignition effect of Whitebinder to reset the trap card GWC06, just give us our follow-up / our extra disruption that we have on during Avery's turn.
Messed up again.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Dean is kind of leaving himself with not that much places to go from here because unless he's playing things like Access Code Talker, or Firewall Dragon, he's not really going to have like the best things to end on because he's already used a lot of his effects. It is worth noting that he hasn't used the March Hare's ability to banish to summon itself out, but there's nothing really to banish because unless that Whitebinder hits the graveyard, it's not going to come back. We still have the Wizard, I believe, as well, that we searched earlier off of the backup.
Yeah, hasn't happened yet.
Like I said, I think he's going to try to figure out a way to put both these Link 3s in the graveyard and then summon them back off with Allied Code Talker Ad Ignister.
Does that target?
But that might be tough to get there and not play through
not
Nibiru.
sure
It was
if it
the maybe
just
thing he's
banishes.
thinking about.
You're right.
Correct
It just banishes.
Yeah.
So it looks like we are going to go ahead and banish the Dormouse. And what is cool about that Malice P. March Hare, not only are you able to add cards back to the hand for extended plays, but later in the duel, let's say you really need access to the Dormouse, it's just sitting there. You might as well add it to your hand so you can start off your Malice combo once more. So very powerful card and definitely seeing its influence on this duel already.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see that right? Is that a Dominus Impulse in the hand?
Ooh, that could be a really nice way to kind of top off this end board here, whatever Dean tries to go for, to have that extra bit of disruption for Avery's turn. There we see the potential Link 5 question mark? Link 3 question mark?
I think he's looking at it.
Yeah, he's gonna value the Hard Script disruption a little bit higher than maybe the Allied Code Talker here.
To summon a Cryptor?
Nothing to summon a Cryptor.
I will.
This also lets him play around Nibiru too, because Cryptor can always just banish herself and dodge the Nibiru tribute, which is pretty cool if he's thinking about that. So here we see the Wizard bringing back the March Hare. That's going to be the 2 bodies he needs. He can now use these 2 to go for Allied Code Talker Ad Ignister and then summon back both of the 2300 attack point.
Do you mind if I read the Cryptor?
All right, Arrowhead's confirmed. I think we're about to Link 5.
Yep, there we see Allied Code Talker, Addict, Nister. Malice? Is that also part of his name? I forgot.
No, Malice is not part of his name.
The cover card for Alliance Insight. This card essentially is an Omni Negate for Cyber's cards, and on summon it'll let him summon as many 2300 attack point Link 3s from his graveyard to the zones that this card points to. I believe that's 2 right now. Red Ransom and White Binder.
That is right. Now, certainly Code Talkers are what comes to mind when you think of Link 3 2300, but honorary Code Talkers, there's no Code Talker in their name, but they feel like it.
I will set one.
So we're definitely showcasing the power of the Malice Dark type, but I feel like Dean might have left himself a little bit stymied here because I don't see the easiest access to getting to Heart's Cryptor during his opponent's turn. He would have to like use the Allied Code Talker first, tribute his White Binder, then GWC back out the White Binder. So Avery could have an opportunity in that window to go for a really big dinosaur play. But he does have to fight through a lot.
All right, well, it's dinosaur time. Let's see what we got here. Looks like he drew an additional copy of Fualos there, an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in the hand. I do see an Anima-adorned Archosaur.
I mean, this will be a fun thing to see.
Oh, but we're going to start off with the Fualos. It's very strong. Just to kind of, sort of like just spot checks things like, hey, you're going to do anything about this? Cool. Okay, well, then I'm going to start playing, and maybe I'll draw a card later.
If it was Meowls, I know Dean would have been like, uh-oh.
Ooh, Pot of Prosperity.
Okay, I respect that. We know Dinosaur's a very main deck-centric deck when it comes to its big boss monsters, and that can totally be enough for you to kind of fight through whatever this board is. But that Allied Kotaku Nister might be hard to play through if you have like a really big power spell or power monster you need to get through, because it can just negate and destroy that card.
Be interesting to see the reaction there, because Dean's not in the joke like we are. Doesn't know that dinosaurs are coming his way.
That's a very good point. I didn't even think about that, how shocking these top 3 cards might be for Dean to see.
How many in hand?
4 in hand.
4 in hand. I'm going to chain Allied Code to tribute the White
We
Binder.
are going to use Allied Code Talker.
wow.
So this is really interesting here, because not only will he not get to know what deck Avery's playing, but the reason he's doing this is because he needs to set up his GWC 06, because now he can 06 bring back White Binder, summon back all of his Malice names, get an extra trap card, and still play under Fualos, funny enough, which is very funny. He's going to summon 5 monsters, but like Fualos won't draw you a single card.
Well, Trumpier Meow's the main deck is seeming better and better, and just like you said, here we go, GWC 06.
It only banishes for cost if it was the turn it was set.
Interesting to see him choose to shotgun it on an open game state and not like in reaction to anything. But I'm not sure what he's trying to play around necessarily, but
Wave or banish.
it could be interesting because he's kind of leaving himself open to getting impermed on the White Binder on summon, but let's see what happens here.
Now, I'm not saying Avery is down and out of the duel yet, but there is going to come a point where you have to consider, do you surrender before your opponent even finds out your strategy, or do you keep trying to push and risk giving away a little bit of information?
I've always been a really big proponent of like watching how my opponent plays as long as possible, because the way they play their deck is almost more important to me than if they know what I'm playing or not, because how they use their disruptions can tell me a lot about the advantages I can have in games 2 and 3.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the March Hare, Heart's Cryptor, and then the White Rabbit.
Yeah, that's going to be super good. It gives him follow-up. It gives him access to March Hare as an extra banish during this turn in case he wants to get even more value. And he gets the extra trap card out of his deck, potentially MTPO7, and get that second non-target banish alongside his Heart's Cryptor. So this is going to be a crazy Malice board. He went from having 3 monsters to 2 to 6.
Well, the Malice wars continue here.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5. March Hare is going to hand.
I'm not sure what that puts me at. I haven't been totaling it.
And then life points, he gained 23 just now, and he's losing another
1,500, right?
15.
9,
So,
and yeah.
So he gained 800 total.
Let's just go ahead and put the Heart's Cryptor over there.
This stays here. It'll add 1 back. This will summon.
Just such a strong field being established. Remember whose turn this is, right? It's our turn, but no, we haven't even seen a single dinosaur yet, so again, it'll be interesting to see how Dean reacts.
To set a Malice Trap.
Yep, so we're going to see the set of the Malice Trap card. My assumption is going to be MTPO7 for that extra non-target banish.
Set a copy of MTPO7.
There it
Feels
is.
good.
It is worth noting, too, that we haven't used Red Ransom or White Binder's effect when they're banished. So if we banish either of those, we can get even more value. And this just shows the power of the Malice grind game that I call it, which is this sort of loop of things like White Binder, GWC 06, and the triple DD Crow-like effect.
What's kind of incredible is that it gets access to this pretty much every turn that it goes unopposed. Not to say that the deck cannot be defeated, but as long as it can keep doing this, again, from start to bottom of a turn, that's pretty good.
Yes, if his shit points to a monster, all the attack and defense.
So just confirming the effect of Red Ransom there. Of course, it does ransom your abilities, kind of has that inherent shield and sword-like ability to swap everything.
It is also worth noting, too, that all the Malice main deck monsters have abilities when Malice Link monsters point to them.
So 33.
So like White Rabbit, right now, if you did battle with Red Ransom, Dean would not take any damage.
Normal summon?
Ooh, and there we see the Archosaur!
On summon effect.
A lovely little level 1 light dragon with the on summon effect to pop itself an ad,
So
or pop a card
a
now.
dinosaur from hand or field to add a pill spell.
The tiniest dinosaur. Wouldn't harm a fly, but it might harm his opponent's life points once it gets going.
I mean,
as the pop monster.
Like, if we just get access to UCT this turn, do we just break this board?
Maybe?
Right? Like
attack, 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 attack.
Like, all we have to play through is all we have to play through is 2 non-target banishes plus another trap card, and there we see the double evolution pill coming to hand.
We're doing it.
I mean, we're Dinoing. I bet Dean looks stunned to me. He's just like, okay, we do have Dominus Impulse, which can stop the pill, which is worth noting.
And I will say the defense of Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is 3,200, so Red Ransom be darned. We getting in there.
True, Red Ransom does swap.
It swaps it, but what does it matter when the defense is equally pretty high?
Turns out a big dinosaur also has a big defense as well. So we see Overraptor going to be Overraptoring. Man, this card's been doing all kinds of craziness since, what, 2017, 2018?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Crazy.
the dinosaur structure deck, I could never find it in my official tournament store because everybody just gobbled this up. It was such a great deck.
Oh, there it is. He's reading Miscellaneous.
He's reading Miscellaneous chat. Do you see what is happening?
Which, good on him. You definitely should do that. That card's crazy.
It's in my hand. It
was
added to
yeah.
Okay.
Dean's like, well, obviously you're going to do this, right?
Yeah,
So
not yet.
Let me just do it for you. Not yet.
Sorry, chat. We love Yu-Gi-Oh! So when this stuff happens, we just are here for the meme like you are.
I am interested to see how Avery kind of goes from here because he has the 2 monsters. We know he's playing Fiendsmith. Dean maybe doesn't know that. We could see
what's the read? You can't see that this is a Fiendsmith deck. This is dinosaurs.
Not yet. Not yet.
First effect by sending to grave.
Yep, there we see the first effect of Mist being activated.
So
And now he's unaffected.
For this main phase. That's why you have to read Miscellaneousaurus, because it's a very specific effect. The dinosaurs are unaffected by activated effects during this main phase.
And that includes trap cards, correct?
Yeah, it affects an effect, including if it's a trap card.
So I'm saying... And we're going to chain to Mrs. Effect using MTPO7. Very heads up from Dean here.
This will banish for cost. We'll banish the White Binder.
Yep, so we're banishing White Binder here to be able to activate. It's not necessarily cost. It's more like allowing us to activate it, which I guess is a cost.
It is, but it is a very strange thing. Earlier in the duel, they had that conversation. It's like, wait, you didn't banish. Like, well, I don't have to banish if it's the turn later, which can also be a detriment to Malice. Sometimes they do want to banish here.
Yes. So it is an interesting kind of a card, but yeah, he's able to activate it here, banishing the White Binder. He'll be adding and non-target banishing as Chainlink 2, where Misk is Chainlink 1, so he will be able to get rid of one of these bodies. In my mind, you get rid of the Overraptor, because it hasn't used its other effect to summon yet.
Makes sense. Think about that cost. It's almost like it's on sale sometimes, right? Like, ordinarily, you got to banish a Malice, but for you, nah, we'll let this go.
It is worth noting that the Overraptor should be banished here, not destroyed. There we see the fix.
Correct.
That does matter for Pill.
And so this was done before the Miscellaneousaurus resolved, so that's why the dinosaur was affected. Okay, just making sure I got my head on straight.
07 was Chainlink 2, Miss was Chainlink 1. And
there was Ash Blossom, yeah.
So the 9
stops the White Binder because it's got the draw effect on that Pay 900.
Oh, interesting choice to save it for the White Binder to kind of stop that access easily, but you could have also just done it to MTPO7 and stopped the banishing of your Overraptor as well. Interesting choice there. But maybe he just didn't think about that?
Well, or maybe he wants to keep his dinosaurs. Maybe there's something going on with Animadorned Archosaur. We shall see.
We'll see for sure.
Clearly, if you get this far in the tournament with this Dinosaur Fiendsmith deck, you know what you're doing, and you probably have played against at least one Malice player before, so you've got a plan. Trust the process.
Let's see. I think every card that we know about has been played already. It's just a question of what can he do with this Archosaur. As far as I'm concerned, you could still use Misk. So like if you can get the Archosaur in the graveyard, you can use Misk to bring it back out, which is kind of cool to get like double bodies that way. But I don't think you can link this off or anything.
Miscellaneousaurus, when you banish it from there, let me read Miscellaneousaurus. Let's do this together, chat.
To my understanding, you could banish like it plus another number of dinosaur monsters, and then summon a monster whose level is less than that, And so, like, because
And
Argus
this
is
will
level
still
1,
be
you can just,
forever
like, send Mist by himself and then
30,
summon
or-
it.
That's correct.
But again, I haven't read Mist in a long time. I don't want to just speak out my UCT about this.
Tell you what, we'll save that between turns, but chat, we will officially read Miscellaneousaurus.
But here we see the link summon of
for
Relinquished
Relinquished
Anima. It is level
What?
1. Oh, I was like, what can he link off into? Of
And he's
course.
20. Now, I will say, you know, the Allied
Attempt to
Code Talker
go
adding
Anima
Mister, you
to
know, 5
stay
arrows it has.
away.
They don't point at that. Could you imagine absorbing it?
Dude, that'd be so
Oh,
wild.
that'd be insane.
That'd be so
Misk
wild.
effect, banish 2 for cost.
Yep.
Ooh, 2.
To special summon a level 2 dinosaur from deck.
Yep. So now he's going to summon a level 2 dinosaur from the deck.
So imagine that's like Baby Ceratosaurus.
That's fine.
Or
Chitera.
Petit Pterodon, maybe?
Yeah, there's a lot of different level 2 dinosaurs, so we'll have to find out.
Petit Pteranodon.
Oh, there it
yeah.
is. There it is.
Married.
Yes.
We're reading every dinosaur. And you really should, chat. You know, as fun as we're having about all these, you know, reading dinosaur card jokes, there's no problem in asking your opponent, just, I really need to verify this. And at this level at tournament play, don't just guess. Find out.
And then remember, his dinosaurs are unaffected, guys. We have to remember this.
Yes.
They are unaffected. But Double Evolution Pill is not unaffected, right? It's a spell card.
Yeah, it's a spell, so
I'll activate
it could be negated.
Right, exactly. So Dominus
you will
Impulse is a
target
really huge card here to have for Dean, if that is the card that he has set face down.
to shuffle it back and then
Now, dinosaurs certainly are known for many things, and the reactions can be one of those things. So unfortunately, Avery did receive a slow play minor warning. If you see our timer go up for 3 minutes, that's the standard time extension for a slow play minor warning. But it's his first one. He hasn't had any other slow play penalties, so it will not be upgraded.
Also, huge heads up play here from Dean, putting back the White Binder into his extra deck so he can access it later and getting rid of that Relinquished Anima, just denying Avery as many bodies as possible, which Avery was probably like, I was really hoping to go for a Fiend Smith play this turn.
There's the pill. Oh, the Dominus Impulse!
That will negate and destroy the Evolution Pill because it contains an effect to destroy a monster, or sorry, special summon a monster, and Dean was so quick to flip that up. He's like, I'm not even going to worry about this, man. It's not working.
That is making it difficult there.
Sure.
Oh, and there we see the pass from Avery. Honestly, UCT might have been enough to break this board altogether because Dean had already used the hard scripter. He could have just waited for the battle phase and used it then. Or I forget. UCT's protected, right?
No, because it's only the main phase. Your dinosaurs will only be protected from their main phase.
Exactly.
Only. So yeah,
beautiful.
so
Nothing to draw.
he did what was right. Unfortunately, just not going his way.
And then,
Yeah.
Yep.
If I was Dean, I probably would have saved the hard scripter if I didn't have Impulse.
I will target the Dormouse. We'll shuffle it back to banish the Pterodon.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, this is getting real difficult there. Avery, unfortunately, staring down a lot of monsters.
Let's see, how much damage do we currently have on the board? This hard scripter was summoned using its effect, so it's currently 5,000 minimum.
Yeah, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, plus the 20. I believe Allied Code Talker is just 23, right?
I think so, yeah. But Dominus Impulse just really set the tone for this duel. And
at this point,
now we get the chest of cat.
Oh, and there we see Avery just conceding. He's like, I don't need you to do the math for me, man. I got this. We'll go to game 2.
Game recognizes game, but dinosaurs definitely see a bunch of big attack points they know when they are cooked. But Avery's still showing just the dinosaur side. Get this. Didn't show off a single Fiendsmith card, meaning that technically he doesn't know that the Fiendsmith are coming and may not be able to appropriately side deck against it. Now, I will say, when you're side decking here, you probably have similar answers to a graveyard effect-based deck like dinosaurs that would affect a Fiendsmith deck. Like, right, that's about the same zone
for sure
of influence there. But yeah, we'll have to see what they end up side decking. But again, Dean taking game 1, Avery conceding that first game, and let's get to the side decks.
I mean, a popular thing a lot of duelists have been playing in their side decks ever since December has been things like Artifact Lancia, Chaos Hunter, various ways to stop cards from being banished. I would not be surprised if Avery put those in against Dean playing his Malice deck. But yeah, besides like Graveyard Hate, I'm not sure how much you can affect a dinosaur deck.
You really can't. I mean, Dimension Shifter would be nice, but we all know what happened to Dimension Shifter, right? So you can't rely on that. But Dean obviously locked in. Didn't seem like he was too phased there by the dinosaur plays, so we'll see what he ends up including into his main deck.
Now, I don't know about you, Steven, but whenever I think about dinosaur, I always think classically like a deck that loves breaking boards.
Oh, yeah. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is just there to just attack. And if you're lucky enough, you can destroy a dinosaur, flip everything face down. That's not going to be something you can do against a well-established Malice board, right, since Link monsters can't get face down. But if you time it right, and if he takes an opportunity to go first, he might be able to use that to basically shut off like a Malice P Dormouse.
Yeah.
And then if that's face down, that may be the entire turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is there a world where Avery chooses to go second? Probably not.
No, I couldn't imagine that when you have such strong options going first, especially when you haven't revealed your Fiendsmith entourage yet, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I bet you that'll be very shocking for Dean to see. Like going first, having access to the Fiendsmith and the Dinosaur cards, like there could be Evil Soul Dorka as far as we know.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be a funny way just to be like, oh, hey, I also have Dominus Impulse, but it's a monster.
Oh, Dominus Impulse, such a strong card. Not, available for every different strategy, right? I've suffered from that too because I run too many different attributes, but really changed the tempo in Dean's favor there. Just really got him into the safe zone, right? Didn't have to run from dinosaurs when you could just stop them from showing up to begin with.
Yeah, getting rid of the scariest thing, UCT, and putting it off the table is like a really nice way for Dean to be like, okay, I think my board is good enough to play through all of Avery's cards. And I bet you Avery has a bit more respect now for the Malice board, because I don't even think what we saw with Yami Negate and all the Malice follow-up was like the best Malice has to offer right now from Dean, and I bet you there's even more gas in the tank or ceiling to that house.
Yeah, and duelists are going to get better and better with this deck as they continue to play it again. These new cards only being legal as of, let me check my watch here, yesterday. But it's one of those decks that describe as having like a high skill ceiling. There really aren't even that many Malice cards in existence, but just finding your way to weave in through the combos and successfully get through a 9-round day one. Remember, this is only round 4. So whoever wins this or loses this, they've still got plenty of rounds to go. So cheer for your champion. You might be seeing Dinosaurs make the top cut after all, and Malice too.
Yeah, both these players are undefeated. They both have as great a chance as the other one to get into day 2. And they're both kind of playing pretty well. Like, Avery was this close to breaking that board, even though Dean had all that much stuff. So
I like that he went for it too. I know earlier, as we were talking through the game, I mentioned that like, yeah, maybe you can see, but I like that he's like, no, I need to find out what I can do here. So let's experiment.
It looks like both of our duelists have their opening hand of 5 cards. My assumption is Avery has chosen to go first, but he could be a wild card and be like, you know what, I'm a Maverick. You go ahead and go first, and let's just break your board with UCT and go from there.
Give an opportunity to get it done. Looks like duelists are ready, just getting their life pads. Sort of, it feels sacred to write down 8,000, 8,000. But speaking of numbers, it's game 2 here of round 4 of YCS Providence.
Got Avery on the right, Dean on the left. Best of luck to both players. Looks like Avery has chosen to go first.
All right, well now that the dinosaur is out of the bag,
Anything
if that's a saying.
Yes, stand by main.
Are we going to start off with
activate Fossil Dig?
Fossil Dig, that beautiful QCR rarity. What was that, Stampede that came out
I think so, and it does look so gorgeous there. But let's see what dinosaur we grab. A lot of different choices here. Imagine Soul Eating Overraptor, but it depends on what the hand is.
I mean, we're going to get...
Oh, Miscellaneousaurus. Well, I promised we would read it, so let's go ahead and remember. Again, during the main phase, quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. During this main phase, dinosaur monster you control are unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. You can banish any number of monsters from your graveyard, including this card special summon a dinosaur monster from your deck with a level equal to that total number of monsters banish activate this effect, but destroy it during the end phase.
Ooh, and there we see the Fiendsmith tracked.
All right, surprise, surprise.
Boom, baby. You thought we were playing dinosaurs? No, we're also playing Fiendsmith, and there we see the, of course, fabled Lurie added
Oh,
up
he's got
to
the
Tract.
collector's rare version. I love it.
That's very nice. And now Lurie's effect will activate it because it was discarded with Tract to summon itself back out. And now we have a Light Fiend. We're going to go ahead and link off that Lurie into the fabled Fiendsmith Requiem.
There's a lot of information being exchanged here because, if there was going to be a Mulcharbean coming down or something like that, or a Droll and Lockbird, we obviously would have seen it by now. So, feeling pretty good. I think we're going into a frenzy as Avery goes into his deck with that Fiendsmith Requiem.
Yeah, even though it is like game 2, almost always, besides Ash Blossom, the only real non-engine that Malice decks plays are Mulcharmies and Dominus Impulse. So you can kind of confidently go through a lot of the Fiendsmith plays without worrying too much about those cards because they're not even really playing Bestials anymore.
Which is so strange, just a few cards difference, and now the entire format for that deck, if you're part of the Malice army, your deck doesn't look different, but the way you play it does, which is so cool.
We prefer to call ourselves the Red Hearts army, Steven.
Okay.
You know that. We've talked about this, and I'm a little hurt.
Okay, fine.
Oh my gosh. Miscellaneousaurus can trigger Necroquip Princess. That is awesome.
Oh, it can! Oh, wow, that's wild.
I was like, I wonder why we're starting with Fiendsmith combo, not using Misk yet.
Yeah.
Now I know why.
That gets it done, too.
That'll be super awesome. Every time I get to draw a card out of Necroquip Princess, it feels illegal. I'm doing too good at this.
Feels right.
No, wait, we didn't do it. We didn't do Miscellaneousaurus.
No, I guess he wanted to save
Make
that.
a DD Wave King Caesar.
That is a really big
Anything?
exchange there.
Oh, that's a little sad. I was really looking forward to that draw. I had it up for no reason. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got people's hopes up. But now we have Caesar. So now Nibiru, not a threat at all ever, and that's a really good monster into the Malice board specifically. If they don't have like an imperm or a way to out it beforehand.
No, he's feeling very safe here as he uses the Soul Eating Overraptor to go ahead and grab the baby Ceratosaurus.
Activate Misc Effect. Anything here?
Nope.
Or do you need to control Dinosaur for Mist?
No, you just discard it and you're fine. So maybe he missed an opportunity there, or maybe it was tunnel vision. Maybe he didn't want to risk getting Droll and Lockbirded. I don't know.
Fair enough.
And Animodon Archosaur.
Yep, there we see the Archosaur coming out.
To pop a dinosaur from hand or field to add a placement.
That's good.
Yep, and we just had a Berry Ceratosaurus, so we'll get the value that we had in the first game.
2 for 1. Feels pretty good.
Double Vu Simple.
Sure.
And now we got double pill. Is this one going to resolve? And are we going to have Caesar plus UCT?
I think so.
It's pretty good.
Ooh, Dean has got his work cut out for him because being able to flip the monster face down, ooh, that's going to be strong.
There we see Petite Pterodon.
Overraptor effect, target the Petite to revive a dinosaur from grave and defense position.
Yep.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and destroy that to bring back Baby Ceratosaurus.
Special summon level 4 or higher dinosaur.
Yep.
And this will get us another level 4 dinosaur potentially, and that could be Dolka if we want one. And then we'll have Dolka plus Caesar.
Oh, that's pretty good. Xenometeorus?
Oh,
wow. Okay.
I forgot. You could summon higher with Petite Pterodon. I totally forgot you could do that.
You can. So Xenometeorus came out, I think, Wild Survivors, and you do not see this every day. There's no way he's like, actually, this has got to just be...
If I see a Frostosaurus come out, I'm going to go crazy.
We don't
know. But if we do, I'm going to go crazy.
Normal monsters outside of a Primite deck?
outside
in 2025?
Oh, my goodness. So there we see the Xeno effect being activated, I believe, destroying the Archosaur, maybe? Question mark?
Thinking
Possibly.
on summoning...
It's got to keep the pace up. Has been warned for slow play before, so you just want to keep those moves going here.
I bet you he's like, I can't believe I got this far. Hang on, let me think really quick.
This isn't supposed to happen.
Normally, people try to stop me from doing this. Give me 1 second.
So yeah, again, take a look at the effect of Xenometeorus. During the main phase, you can destroy a dinosaur monster in your hand or field, and then special summon a dinosaur normal monster. So I guess he's got to have it.
Yep, so here we're going to use the Archosaur to go back into Anima like we saw in Game 1. Just to open up the zones, I think, so he could be able to activate Xeno, because if he has his zones full, I don't think he's allowed to activate Xeno beforehand.
Could be good for an SP Little Knight. Doesn't seem like it's applicable here, but okay, yeah, there's Baby Ceratosaurus. All right, we're going to find out.
And to my knowledge, Baby Ceratosaurus, not once per turn, and there's the Frostosaurus! Let's go, baby!
I mean, people have been playing, like, Summon Skull and Feed Spit decks. You haven't been seeing people playing Frostosaurus. Is that Chiroptera? What is going on? This is so cool.
Sea serpents, worm, and I believe dragons. Yes, dragons.
He is locked basically into the Ryuge archetype, so it's dinosaurs, sea serpents, worms, dragons.
But no, that was after. That was after he activated the Xeno effect, so that's why he was able to go Archosaur before into the Anima. And there we saw the Kaito Terra coming down, and we're gonna go into Reprodokus. What? Okay, now we're cooking with gas here. We're gonna go to a rank 6. And then we have Evil Sword Lars. I was talking Dolka up. I totally forgot about Lars.
Yeah. Banishing for cost.
This is so cool.
Yep, so we're going to banish Anima and Kaito Terra.
Well, so summon a level 7 or higher dinosaur.
I hope the Rex Raptors and Tyranno Hassleberries of the world are watching now because... Oh, and yeah, there's the Ultimate Conductor. Oh, this is cool.
Special from banish.
And even if we had Dominus Impulse, Lars could have just negated it. So he's just like fully safe here. Also with Lars, with Dinosaur Monsters, actually, I believe can just get rid of one. Doesn't need to get rid of both. So he has double Lars activations potentially.
What? And a Dolka?
And we get Dolka. This board is crazy.
If you're not here at the venue, you're not hearing people cheer for this.
I'll pass you.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
So,
okay.
So let me go through this really quick. We have 3 summon interactions. We have
2
Lars.
effect negations.
We have Reprodokus, which I don't think can do anything right now.
No, he doesn't do anything right now.
And we have UCT for a Book of Moon.
That's pretty good. Okay, I get it. I get it.
And against a Malice deck, being able to stop their summons is huge. But there we see the Imperm on the Caesar.
Maybe the Lars says no?
Lars could, I believe, interact with this, yes.
The Caesar?
Yes, sir.
Both duelists just putting on a great performance, but again, it's not every day that you see the dinosaurs. That's why we're particularly excited here. We're going to go and negate that infinite impermanence. It's not going to be another one dropping down, is there? No, it doesn't look like it.
There we see a Lore of Darkness. That's a pretty big card here.
What printing is that? So cool looking.
Wasn't it an OTS promo?
Oh, that's the one it is. Oh, you're right. Wow.
I know my Malice Max Rarity card.
Did he just draw another Droll and Lockbird off of a Lore of Darkness like he did in the first game?
Imagine if he had that during...
Oh,
Avery's
earlier?
turn,
Yeah, a little too late there. We are going to go and banish the Malice P Chessy Cat, pay some life points in order to special summon it. But there's a possibility here that like the Dolka just says no. Oh, no, we're just going to go ahead and negate it with the Caesar.
Yeah, you definitely want to use up the Caesar first, I think, because it's like the most useless monster you have here.
It doesn't have like an all range. It doesn't cover every effect.
And use the effect.
Yep, so that was a normal summon to back up.
And there's still a bit attaching one.
Yep, so we're just going to negate this. Yeah, so we're just going to negate the normal summon, I believe.
And Dolka is not just once per turn.
No, it is not.
Crazy.
I will concede this game.
Oh, and there we see
there's the concession.
With the concession.
Wow. Cheers from the crowd screaming.
That Dino DNA was just too much.
Wow, wow, wow. Somebody call Weevil Underwood because Rex Raptor is just tearing through it. Avery showing us the power of dinosaurs in the year 2025. Now, this is going into game 3. Dean does have an opportunity to go first. We know how strong this deck can be. We did get to see how strong it was for Avery to play, but let's, kind of temper how excited we are and think about it. There wasn't any Mulcharmies that Dean dropped down. There wasn't any points of interaction from the hand at all, so that was just unfettered going first play. So, of course, every combo deck looks good under those right conditions, but now they're really going to have to make their side deck choices right and figure out, going head-to-head, what this final game is going to look like.
And I think what Avery's thinking about is, okay, in game 1, I was this close to playing through a quote-unquote 80% Malice board. If I can put cards in my side deck that maybe force Dean to go for like a half board, like a 30% power board, I can probably just punch through like I'm a Dino deck and win the game on my second turn.
So are you saying that his game plan is to pull the plug on Malice so the download is only 50% complete?
Well, Malice is such a strong deck. It's kind of hard to say, yes, I'm going to fully pull the plug on that deck. But I think if the most Dean can do is like a couple non-target banishes, I think Avery can easily break that board and go for game. And that's kind of what he's thinking. He's like, how can I give myself the best position to where my Dino cards going second are enough to beat the Malice cards? So things like Lancia, if he plays it, things like, Chaos Hunter could be just enough to kind of stymie Dean to the point where he can break through with Dinos.
I love that both duelists are locked in. Jokes aside, this is a really heated and intense match, and both of them are just putting pedal to the metal in the side deck trying to figure out what the right options are. But you are right. The right power card at the right time, preventing an opponent from fully establishing what their game plan is on the field, could give you just enough energy. And I feel like that's kind of the story that we're finding. I know we're still early in the tournament, so I don't want to make any broad generalizations. But I almost... Oh, there's a smile. Never mind. Dean's starting to feel a little happy. But I feel like this format is about these bigger power cards with big payoffs. Droll and Lockbird, Nibiru the Primal Being, Dominus Impulse, and the Mulcharmies. We're not seeing as big a payoff on some of these one-for-one exchanges. The Infinite Permanence didn't really do a whole lot there, right?
Yeah.
Great card. Not throwing any shade on Infinite Permanence, but I do think we're going to see that the big swings of momentum are what are going to carry these duels, because they do slow your opponent down enough that since we are in kind of a combo format, people could jump in and establish something against maybe half of what their opponent was supposed to do.
Yeah, the big thing I think with this format is like, you need to kind of devalue your opponent. Like make them go for plays that don't give them as much power as they could. Like, if the scariest thing your Malice opponent is doing is setting Malice in the mirror with Red Ransom in play, you're like, I could probably beat that.
Yeah.
But if they have GWC, Whitebinder, all the names in the graveyard, I don't care what their board looks like, that's going to be hard to play through for any deck.
Well, hard of the cards be with both duelists. I have no idea what's going to happen. I am not a betting man, but I would not try to guess what the future of this duel looks like. We're going to have to see it in person. And it's wild, too, again, because it's prehistoric versus the future, so it's going to be fun to see what happens next.
Huge shout out to both duelists right here. If you would have told me before, hey, Steven, you're going to watch a game between Malice. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's really cool. But they're playing against Fiendsmith Dinosaurs, and they're going to game 3. I'd have been like, excuse me?
No.
Hello?
You're lying.
Okay.
You're nice, but you're lying. But no, there aren't any lies here, fam. This is all real.
All right, here we see them drawing their opening hands. My assumption is Dean wants to go first because every Malice player loves doing that.
Just wild. Yeah, both of them are just like, they know. Even they've got to know, okay, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm here for it. Thanks, bro.
They're like, it's go time, it's duel time, it's game 3 time. It's going to be super exciting.
Good, clean duel coming our way. Woo! Well,
and there's
if
that
you
duel.
like the first games, yeah, here we go to game 3.
That's right. Both players look ready to go. They're enjoying themselves.
All right.
How much time's on the clock? They have a little under 7 minutes, it looks like.
9 minutes.
And time is of the essence because Malice does a little of its damage to itself. It also gains life points too. Man, those Droll and Lockbird just glued to his hand. So.
Go Perulia?
Oh, we're gonna do Perulia.
Perulia is a bit of a better mulch
cheers, though.
Yeah, nowadays, Mouse has a lot more cards to summon from hand, too, so they could be a really fun interaction. But you can also just play around it completely if you just banish all your cards instead.
Well, he did open up with the Droll and Lockbird, so he's going to have to make some decisions here. Does he want to cut himself off? We shall find out. But he's going to kind of play around things as the Mouse P Dormouse is banished by Gold Sarcophagus. Pay 300 life points, special summon that out.
Yeah, you're totally right. I think he did regret it a little bit in Game 1, turning off his Red Ransom and denying himself Malice in the Mirror. So here we see Dormouse going to go ahead and banish a Malice name. If he has another Malice name in hand, you can go for Chessie. If you don't have one, go for White Rabbit probably. Most standard lines.
Yep, looks like White Rabbit it is.
Classic, and that's the Collector's Rare one too. Gorgeous.
Yep. Definitely did not come here to mess around. I think that Collector's Rare seems to be his favorite rarity, right? You see a lot of Collectors, some Ultimates too, but just great card collection here as Dean is gunning to be our YCS champion. Still got plenty of rounds to go, but great start here on this Game 3 as the White Rabbit is going to set.
It's probably going to be the GWC06 or TB11 maybe. But
looks like GWC.
Yeah, just want to play around as much stuff as possible, and GWC is like the most flexible trap card.
So weird to see people, running less than the full complement of the trap cards, but it's the future.
Yeah, so I think Dean's thinking to himself, can I just play around this Perulia the entire turn and maybe save my Droll and Lockbird? I think I'm going to try to do that.
That would be ideal. To save the Droll and Lockbird, because obviously dinosaurs do a lot of searches from the Soul Eating Oviraptor to many more cards. But we're going to go ahead and activate the Wizard out Ignister here.
And that's a little too valuable. I'll go ahead and give you your draw one off Perulia. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, is what Dean's probably thinking.
Find out what we're going to draw.
Because that's probably the only draw he's going to give him, you know what I mean, during this turn. Because he doesn't need to go through backup anymore because he has more than enough bodies. It's just a matter of how protected he can be against potential trap cards or things like Nibiru and stuff. But with GWC06, I think he's pretty fine.
Taking a second to just read the last few lines of Lingaribo before combining cards. Looks like we're going in for a Link 3. So I guess we'll put that at that down and left arrow.
We'll go for Red Ransom.
Yep. Red Ransom here. We can use the effect here. Going to hopefully search for... Underground actually wouldn't be that bad to get us access to some more names. But Malice in the Mirror is the other Malice card that came out in Alliance Insights. A really cool card. There we see it for Dean going to his hand. Because he's adding it to his hand, he'll be able to kind of use it as an interruption during Avery's turn because it has an effect to negate your opponent's card effects, which is pretty cool. By banishing your own Malice monsters.
Which, Malice monsters, they hate being banished.
Oh, yeah, it's the absolute worst thing for them in the world, said no one ever.
Well, speaking of banish, let's go ahead and banish a Malice here so we can go ahead and bring back our White Rabbit. And we're thinking pay 900 for that, but of course gain a little life points first. Oh, no, actually you wouldn't gain life points. There's no Link monster. My apologies.
Unfortunately. Like, if we chose to just, 06, blink the Red Ransom, yeah, we would gain, but we're not doing that here. We summon the White Rabbit instead. So we've taken a total of 1,500 this turn. Now we're going to banish another name from the deck. We could get March Hare here, but we're going to choose Cat to get another summon in rotation.
I'll pay 300
for that extra body. That'll let us use the Lingaribo plus White Rabbit to make White Binder. And we can actually use Chessie now to banish the Mouse in the Mirror that's in our hand and get even more searches through our deck, which is pretty huge.
Attempt to use Chessie Cat effect.
I feel like the direction we're going feels oddly similar to Game 1. I have a funny feeling we're going to see like an allied Kotaker at Ignister field again, which isn't bad for any reason, but it just seems to be like the way this board is starting to clump itself together.
But now we got Mouse in the Mirror's effect. We're going to banish Dormouse from our graveyard and search for the same type of card. So we banished a monster, we're going to search for a monster.
All right, we got the March Hare here, so Curiouser and Curiouser.
Every name is in rotation now. Oh my god, I don't know if people saw it on stream, but I believe Dean has different Dimension Ground in hand.
Interesting.
And we were talking about how Dimension Shifter might be a scary card for dinosaurs. Something tells me DDG is also one of those.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more... you can get a hand on both sides of the steering wheel a little better with different Dimension Ground because unlike Dimension Shifter, you just set the card, you just activate it, and there you go. Whereas Dimension Shifter, obviously a very strong card, but limited not necessarily because of how good it is in multiples, but just how often you would see it in multiples. Whereas different Dimension Ground, pop the trap and everything's banished, and all of a sudden dinosaurs aren't going to become fossils in the graveyard, they're just going to get banished out of existence.
100%. And here we see the Link 3 into White Binder using the Red Ransom as Link material.
I would disagree, but not.
So there we see White Binder on summon to potentially declare the effect. We're not going to use the effect.
We'll use the effect of White Binder.
To set from grave or deck. Gonna probably choose to set the GWC6 again. Yep, there it is. We have all the follow-up we need to now to make sure we have at least 1 or 2 guaranteed interruptions, depending on what else we can go for here.
A lot of cards in hand. Many points of interruption. I think 2 Droll and Lockbirds again. That may be enough to close this out on its own. No graveyard, no access to your deck. That feels pretty rough for Dinosaurs.
I think the thing that Dean is thinking about is like how worth it is it to play into this Perulia, because he's going to get another draw no matter what if I summon this March Hare. So it's probably just like the cost-benefit analysis of that. He probably does need to be a bit careful of his life total because we are getting a little low on time, and it's easier to gain life points during your own turn than it is during your opponent's turn because the plays are a little less ideal. And if you lose too much life, you probably can't gain that much back anyway.
Well, especially if an Ultimate Conductor Tyranno drops down, its ability to do both a lot of battle damage and some effect damage. But I have a funny feeling we're never going to get any Dinosaurs to the graveyard here. But speaking of the grave, it's Link 2. And we are going to make Splash Mage? Yeah, Splash Mage.
Okay, and that can probably get us into like Wicked maybe, to maybe get us access to backup Adagnister, because fun fact, that is a tuner monster. But we're going to get Chessy Cat here. Back using Splash Mage's effect.
I think we might be considering banishing something.
Yeah, to get the March Hare.
Oh, but I think the Allure of Darkness is going to drop down instead.
That's a pretty good way to
I don't
kind
know if I gave you this to shuffle it.
I'll cut for you.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and cut.
Yep.
2 cards after already having a pretty stacked field.
And we know we have the March Hare.
Oh, wow. Ash Blossom and Infinite Permanence drawn, banishing the Malice March Hare. That's just free.
Yeah, I think at this point, if I'm Dean, I'm more than happy to give Avery the extra draw off this Perulia, because then I can make Cryptor, and making Cryptor here would be just so, like, kind of lights out almost.
Feels very strong. Gonna have to be a little careful. Remember that, you're going to have to send the Droll and Lockbird to the graveyard, but that may not be an issue, depending on the timing of the different dimension ground.
That is from him, so you get a draw.
All right, wow. Draw for turn. This is going to be rough for Avery, but let's see how he can deal with this.
And we've officially used every single Malice name besides Cryptor, which means we've taken a total of 900, 900, 900, 300, which I believe is 3,000 damage.
Yep.
Big numbers for sure.
I should have used all of them by now.
Yeah, so they're just making sure that they themselves know how much life points he's lost this turn.
And I just
to verify, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's a total of 3,000 damage, which is a lot. Not the easiest for him to kind of gain back with GWCO6 either, because it does have a life point gain effect. And depending on how long Avery's turn takes, we could be going to time here, which could be dangerous for Dean. That's kind of the risk you're playing with a deck like Malice.
No.
Guess we were just counting up the lost life points here.
Yeah, always. The judges are trying to keep track of it, I think, just to make sure that's accurate.
No, can't, because that requires 3. I've not used... Okay. So we're going to go...
Definitely an extended turn here. But I don't think giving Avery that draw was that big of a problem after all the advantage we have accumulated.
100%. We could see a really cool play here. We're just going to go for the Cryptor, but like something we could have done was like go Allied Kotalker, and because we have less zones now, we still summon both.
We'll activate backup.
Oh, we're still going in, so maybe give another draw there with the backup Adagnister.
Okay, there we see
Once
backup.
more. We don't know what kind of cards were side decked in.
We've already used Wizard this turn.
Add a copy of March Hare.
Yeah, so having this March Hare as a way to recycle back any Malice monster that we put into our graveyard during Avery's turn could be really huge for us.
Okay.
And then we'll activate Droll in response to Perulia's draw.
I think that's actually a discarded Droll off the effect of backup Adagnister.
Oh, you're totally correct. You're totally correct.
But he always has 2 Drolls, so it's always fine.
Yep, and there we see the Link 5 into Allied Kotalker Adagnister that we probably saw in Game 1.
Go to Allied Code.
Yep.
Same as last time. We're going to get the 2 names back. Going to be White Rabbit and Red Ransom with a Cryptor in the graveyard and a March Hare in the hand. But we also have a bunch of other cards in Dean's hand.
All right, so bringing out as many honorary code talkers as we can here.
Go thrust.
And there we go.
Oh, wow.
Yes, because we activated a monster effect this turn.
We did.
It'll set any card we want. It won't be added to the hand, but it can be set.
Lots of funny choices. Let's see what he chooses. Could be the Dominus Impulse.
Yeah.
Wow. Now that is a lot of homework to do, right? You've got to get through the Dominus Impulse and everything else that we know is in Dean's hand that Avery is unaware of. But again, you don't get this far without knocking through a few opponents.
That's right. That's
yeah.
correct.
So he is going to set it. Yeah, set that down.
Making sure we're resolving the card correctly. But I don't know about you, Steven, but whenever I see a Malice deck with 4 set cards in their back row, I'm quaking in my boots because they also have an Omni Negate in the form of Ally Kotaka right now.
I mean, Dark Ruler no more, Heartbeat's Feather Duster, let's go. Let's find out what Avery has.
But like you mentioned earlier, you know, if Avery can just get to a battle phase, that's probably going to be more than enough damage to kind of force this game in his favor, given how much little time they have.
Certainly could be. So we're going to activate Fossil Dig. That's good. And Droll Lockbird hurts a little, meaning that you still can use the Send effect.
Thinking on response.
Thinking on response. Maybe we have a Call by the Grave.
Chain Link 3 question mark? Or sorry, Chain Link 2, because it's a new chain.
You're good.
Cool.
Okay, so we're locked out with Droll Lockbird.
And there we see DDG.
Oh, no, Graveyard.
Any monster sent to the graveyard this turn is banished.
Yep.
Chain miss.
And we're going to chain.
Miscellaneousaurus!
Because fun fact, guys, the way that interacts with monsters, they would not be sent to the graveyard.
And
sorry,
so
banished. They will not be
yeah,
banished.
and the crowd cheering for that one. Hopefully in the chat. You better be going crazy. Come on, get all your keyboards.
Oh, but we're going to chain Ally Kotaka Administer to the Misk to negate that
Unless
effect.
This is banished or it stays in grave. Stays in grave.
Yep, so the Misk's effect was not activated. The DDG has resolved, therefore any dinosaurs that are sent are still banished.
Gorgeous copy, by the way, of that different dimension ground. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Res.
Yep.
We'll go GWC.
Crowd has gotten noticeably quiet.
I mean, but like I said, I don't see how Dean gains 3,100 life points in 50 seconds.
You're good.
Yeah, time is ticking.
So,
but I think
we only gained 2,300.
Yeah, 23. It's not enough.
Targeting.
It
targets.
It targets.
Yep.
So we are going to
Target
banish that
White
Miscellaneousaurus before it's able to do anything. There's plenty of cards though in the hand, so see what kind of moves we do have.
Do we have any time extensions?
No.
No time extensions. That is the real time on the clock there, already accounting for the earlier slow play minor warning.
Pay 3.
And we are going to pay the 300 with White Rabbit.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Interesting. Okay, going to pay 300.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the Misk was banished because the White Binder's effect. We're going to be setting another trap card. We are under Droll.
Normal?
Sure.
Back to some.
There we see
Infinite Permanence.
Imperm on the Oviraptor. It's not going to be activated, and I believe...
You're good.
I think we are at the end of this timer, which means we should just be going to the end of the main phase.
I mean, it doesn't matter. My life's lower.
Oh, and Dean already saying it doesn't matter. My life is lower.
Just like the story of Icarus, I think, unfortunately, Dean flew a little close to the sun with all of his Malice effects.
Absolutely.
I forgot you paid life. I literally saw you do everything, and I just...
Had he laid off, like, the second Link 3 effect on his first turn, he would have gained more life points than Avery and would have won. That's usually kind of what you do when you're closer to time with Dean. Oh, sorry, as a Malice player, but there it is.
And that's the game. Fiend Smith Dinosaur taking it. Avery sitting there saying, I forgot you paid life. He didn't even know he had already won. Dinosaurs, it may take a while for, like, the receptors to come in, but they have done it. And the crowd is just so here for it. We see Hearts, but not Hearts Cryptor because she may have paid herself into a loss there. So Dean doing a great job, though, showing how great this deck is. But Avery is your winner, so Dinosaur Fiend Smith moves forward undefeated.
Yeah, and honestly, huge shout-outs to Avery. We saw him get a little bit overwhelmed with the Malice in Game 1, but he still fought through it and was this close to kind of breaking the board and getting an establishing winning position. But he was like, I'm going to adapt, I'm going to go first, and I know everything I have to do. I'm going to lock you down with my dinosaur cards and go from there. And unfortunately, the games just went on too long. Dean went a little overextension during his turn in his Malice combos, and he opened it up for Avery to take home the victory.
Definitely shows you that there's a lot of room left to go in this format. Dean's got a little bit of a smile on his face. It's okay. You know, it's one of those things where you get caught up in individual rounds, but this tournament is Swiss. Dean could still be our YCS champion and did a great job showcasing all the new cards. So don't feel down. We'll be back before you know it.
I know everyone is obsessed about winning, but sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game of not losing.
Well, it's also a game about learning, too, and so it's important that even if you aren't the victor of a duel, that you take a lesson from it. And I think the lesson here for Dean is, you know, he knew pretty fast, okay, I see what's going on. I've given you so many cards. I've paid so many life points. I've kind of cornered myself into the end of my own story. But that's a lesson he's going to carry forward with him to future duels. And again, we might see Dean in the top cut before we know it.
Yeah, it's one thing to feel the pressure of like, oh, I'm playing the best deck in the room. It has all these different combo lines and intricate patterns, remembering them all, playing them the correct way. And also I need to make sure I go for the lines that gain me life points and don't sacrifice me life points. That's kind of not used to doing that. Like if you're not practicing that very consciously, it can be really hard to play that way in a tournament like YCS Providence.
Well, definitely, you can do a lot of theory crafting, but there's only one YCS Providence 2025, so you actually have to be in the seat, playing the cards in your hand, and that is a much different experience than just dreaming of the perfect duel here. And Avery, you know, just happened to make it, and that's the story, is that you really could play, anything this format.
Yeah, sometimes I often think of the feature match for Yu-Gi-Oh! Events like YCS's to be about showing up or showing off. And in this round, Avery did both. He showed off the dinosaur decks, and he was like, I'm just going to show up, play the best game I can, and see if I win. And he's like, I did. Awesome.
Good stuff. What a wild thing. We saw Frostosaurus.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Not Primite Frostosaurus, just, you know, Xenometeorus Frostosaurus. Just galaxy brain level stuff. 100%. But I'm really excited again to see like how this format is shaking out, and whether, you know, you're playing here, you're watching at home, you're at all those nationals. Shout outs to you competing all across the globe. This is going to be really cool. This is going to be a really good time for the next foreseeable couple of weeks before the next set comes out.
Oh, yeah. If you would have told me, hey, Steven, Fiendsmith Dinosaur is going to go 4-0 at Providence, I'm like, that must be a super sick tournament then. I'm glad I'm going there.
Good stuff. I just can't believe that we got to see all this stuff. And it's nice to see that like classic dinosaur combos were still working, right?
Oh,
you know, the Miscellaneousaurus, the Soul Eating Oviraptor. I've been playing a little bit of dinosaurs myself lately on Duel Links, so I'm just like, oh, this is still good. This is working, so that's good. Just good stuff. Sorry if we're beside ourselves. We don't get to see this every day.
Oh, no. I got to see in real time in 2025 someone pick up Miscellaneousaurus and be like, let me just make sure I don't play myself here.
It's one of those things where like, take the time to do your homework. It's hard. There's like 10,000, I think 14,000 plus Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so it's okay to read it. We're not throwing shade. But you do want to make sure that like the first time you're seeing a card isn't on the YCS featured match stage. But speaking of the featured match stage, you know what time it is, right?
Yes, it's time to send it over to Stephen Kangas and talk to our winner, Avery, for this round.
Thank you very much. I'm live here with Avery. Congratulations on the feature match win. The crowd was going wild for the dinosaurs. You pulled them out for this event. We got to start there. Why'd you want to play this deck?
Dinos is my favorite deck, Chain Misk, and yeah, I just love the deck, so I just wanted to bring it to YCS, see how I do.
So there's been more dinosaur support recently, but you're playing with Fiendsmith as well. No Primite stuff, but still Frostosaurus. Talk me through some of the philosophy of how you built the deck the way you did.
So I did have help for one of my boys in the crowd, I'm not gonna lie, but I played this, shout out to Johnny. I played this at YCS Orlando. I did pretty well. I didn't make day 2, but I knew the deck had potential. I just had to deck build it better. So this time around, I took a different approach with the deck building, and it's working out so far. So yeah.
It's been fantastic to see you at least on the feature match stage. But you said before coming up onto stage, you're also a chess player. You're also a soccer player. You're a track player or a competitor. I want to go to chess because that's another thinking game, right? Do you find overlap between chess and Yu-Gi-Oh, and that you're able to get better at both because you play the other?
So I'm gonna quote my friend Billy, aka John. He says that chess is basically kind of similar to Yu-Gi-Oh because you really have to think steps ahead. It feels like, especially with the pace of the game now, you really have to be thinking, okay, what do they have in hand? What are they adding? What route can they go if I stop this? If I shut off this, they can't have this. And you're really trying to think ahead of your opponent. In chess, you have to do the same thing. Otherwise, you're going to be behind and you might find yourself in a worse position. So it's very overlapping for that reason. A very dangerous game, so.
Gets the brain wired a certain way. Well, any final shout-outs you want to give? You already gave a couple, but anybody else that might be watching?
So my boy Toga right there. Shout out to Kelly. Shout out to my boy Roman. Bacon, egg, and cheese looking self. And then shout out to Xavier right there. Just all my peoples, Marcus, Justin, everybody at home. And T-Neck, shout out to them.
Shout out the crowd, everybody, man. They're making noise for you. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Woo!
we got ourselves some world-class winners. This is only round 4, and like every one of these speeches is just humbling. This is incredible, dude.
Oh, yeah. I love hearing about people's favorite decks, how they take the time, lab it out, and just figure out the ways they can compete at the highest level possible. And Avery's doing that with his boys. That's awesome.
I like that he went, like, we were in Orlando, he was in Orlando, he's traveling all over. It's so cool. But speaking of traveling and speaking of events, let's take a cool look at some of the other stuff you could do while you're at the YCSs if you aren't just here to showcase your dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were talking about Ultimate Time Wizard earlier, but now we're going to talk about the Speed Duel main event series. You can come show off your Speed Duel skills, and maybe you get access to the really cool Don Zalug play match. Very sick.
Yeah, promises made and promises delivered. Again, you know, Speed Duel is still receiving tournament support. There's great prizes you can win here. And yeah, Don Zalug is sick. Definitely a card that we all have burned into our mind, you know, especially if you've been playing this game for as long as I have. That World Championship, oof, Don Zalug. But it does mean that if you do still have some enthusiasm for the Speed Duel format, come here and be with your people and play some Speed Duels because it's a good time.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite ways to engage with Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Yu-Gi-Oh media, and it's just so much fun. Definitely give it a try if you haven't already.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ooh, I cannot believe this is just round 4 and we got a 9-round day. If it's anything like the rounds that we have just seen, this is going to be... Thank you, Raw Obelisk and Slifer. That's all I'm going to say. This has been a good time, good time.
Oh, we are in for some treats. I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to Disaster, the dragon ruler of all apocalypses. The boy himself.
An honorary divine monster for sure. But speaking of that time, it is about that time. We got to throw it to a break, fam, but we will be back before you know it for round 5. And man, this tournament, this is going to be a good time.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's Billy Brake and Asala Wathutanjage, and we're so excited to be here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. It's round 5 already. Can't believe it. We've had some exciting games, some surprising decks, and we just saw Dinos take down Malice.
I don't really know if he took down Malice. Malice kind of took down himself.
I mean, isn't that like the go-to for Malice? Like, we've seen them like in the finals kind of do the same kind of thing.
I mean, there was so much that happened that game that I don't want to even begin. So
I did see you like visibly shaking over behind the scenes. We were watching behind the curtain over there, but it's been awesome. We've seen some cool decks, and we're going to keep on seeing some cool decks. And there's been a lot of awesome games, and there's going to be more cool games to come. But speaking of awesome games, awesome decks, there's also awesome duelists. And at the beginning of the day, we selected 10 bounty duelists. Those players are going to be able to accumulate packs throughout the day. So let's go ahead and take a look at how they're doing. Looks like Nicholas has 12 points, and Tavion, our YCS Orlando champion, is also sitting at 12 points, while the other bounty duelists have suffered some losses. So that does mean some people have taken some packs away from them, but they're going to be able to still accumulate more packs and bank some more packs throughout the tournament. This is only round 5, so we have a lot more of these Swiss rounds to go.
Yeah, basically the halfway point. Most of these players here, if they're not completely undefeated, they have at least 3 wins. So, you know, they're still holding out for the remainder of the tournament and still in prime position to make it into that day 2 and then eventually into that top 10.
That's very true. We're going to have to see if we're going to be able to see any of our bounty duelists as the day goes on. But here we see all of the players playing. We started with 1,522 players, and now there are only going to be a few left undefeated. As each round goes on, that gets cut in half, and yeah, we see that 92 duelists left undefeated. It's going to be a long day. Eventually, we're going to whittle down to maybe there's 1 or none undefeateds at the end of tomorrow after 2 rounds of Swiss in the morning before we cut the top 32. But we have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! To go before we find out those results. I think Kangas is standing by, so without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's round 5, YCS Providence. Take it away, Kangas.
And in the blue chair from Union, New Jersey, he's in the Navy and wants to salute his team Mammals. Also, shout out Grace, Jonathan Mota! And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario, he just finished his doctorate. Shout out to the Council of Robina and his fiancée, Rehan Saeed. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have Jonathan taking on Rahan. Rahan, you know, a champion of sorts. Won a similar tournament to what you've won. Yeah, we won a remote duel invitational, right? Back in the day when we were in the remote duel era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Jonathan is going to be playing, it looks like a Mitsurugi Raziel deck, which we're expecting to see a lot of this weekend. But Rahan on something a little cooler.
Yeah, a little cooler. He's going to take us down a trip on through the White Forest here, using all of those, really, the lore of the current set, the White Forest, the Azaminas, the Sinful Spoils, the Abel. We're using a mixture of all of those, and we're seeing what it does now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a year-long story all accumulated, and every set, the White Forest strategy got more cards. The Diabellstar, the same kind of, line, and now they have so many different cards. The deck is actually quite powerful, and we see someone like a veteran like Rahan here using this deck. Pretty awesome.
He has been asking for this feature match, I think, since last night. So it's cool that he's finally up here on the main stage. I think he really wanted to show off the strategy. So when he came to me and told me that he wanted to do this feature match specifically, he said he wasn't going to make it to the later round, so he wanted to have it done early. But he is here undefeated 4-0 in this tournament.
So maybe even performing a little better than he expected of himself. I mean, he is using a deck that's kind of an outlier, but maybe one the players aren't expecting, maybe not as prepared for. And it does contain an assortment of new cards from Alliance Insight. The main ones being like Diabellstar the Vengeance and Diabell's White Witch, the 2 level 8 versions of cards that we've already seen in the past. Now they're in their final forms, if you will, in this deck.
Can't forget the Witch of the White Forest, a new field spell, which, I mean, field spells for this deck, I think, have really fit the theme as well as it can, because
some extra value.
Right, you get the search, but then you also get a card face up on the field to give up for their additional effects. The only thing is it locks you into dark, or locks you out of darks, which is very tricky when you're trying to play Azamina cards, so you don't want to lead with it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it comes into play. Players asking how many cards. They're both playing. One playing 45, the other 46. So a little more than 40 for both of these players. It's not going to give away too much about information about their
they're
decks.
both playing this high of account, what do you think they think when the other person also has like a similar account?
I don't know what I would think, but they're going to have to figure it out fast what they think their opponent's playing, because it is going to be game number 1 here of round 5 of YCS Providence.
7.
Now you're familiar with Rahan, right? That's
Yeah.
all y'all dueled with each other in the past, kind of play tested together back in that remote duel era.
Absolutely. He was definitely an up-and-comer back then, and eventually, like, even throughout the remote series, we saw him get to the Invitational, got second place at a remote YCS, and then eventually topping a WCQ.
Definitely, yes.
So strong career there.
And we're going to see how that's going to play for him. It looks like Rahan's going first.
Stun my face.
Yeah.
Main face.
Yeah.
It's like Rahan's going to take the lead here, and I think he was opting for a field spell, but look, we're going to start with Wanted. Haven't seen that card in a while.
Yeah, pretty much since original Sinful Swell has been forbidden, hasn't been a lot of Diabell Star action, but now with all the White Forest cards they have access to, Wanted is going to be met by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but now which of the White Forest is going to be activated next?
I mean, Wanted would have given Rayhana access to the Azamina card, but now that we're losing access to it, we feel free to activate the Witch. This will let us add
any White Forest card, I believe.
You have to make sure it's any White
so
Forest card.
monster.
Any White Forest
You're
monster.
locked out of Darks from the extra deck.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.